Chapter 2343. Once the hundreds of disciples had lined up, he reached into his bosom and took out a flat object which he placed in his mouth. Then he took out a black bag from his waist. When he opened the bag, a bunch of black objects flew out from the bag. When the crowd looked carefully, they saw that they were flying objects the size of a fist. The flying object looked like a gourd. It had a small head the size of a pinky finger and a round body the size of a fist. On both sides of the body, there were two 1-inch long transparent wings. Wung wung. As the flying object flew out, the buzzing sound got louder and louder. Gradually, the pitch-black flying object had covered the entire sky above Jinquan Mountain. Spirit swallowing bugs. Li Min was shocked. How is this possible? Hee, of course it's impossible. Zhang Jian laughed. If our crazy beast mountain villa had so many spirit-swallowing bugs, would we need to sacrifice so many swordsmen? Yes, it's my fault. Li Min smiled apologetically. It seems that there are some differences between them and the spirit-swallowing bugs. It's more than just some differences. There's a huge difference. Zhang Jian laughed and did not explain further. He waved his hand and said, "Boy, release the earth-swallowing bugs and let them have some fun." Yes, the disciples of the Crazy Beast Mountain Villa puffed up their cheeks, but no sound was heard. The so-called earth-swallowing bugs split into different groups and pounced on the ground, covering the soil densely. Earth-swallowing bugs? Li Min understood. Hee, actually it's nothing. The battle sword looked at Ying Chao and said with a smile, "Thousands of years ago, my wild beast mountain villa obtained a secret method. I wanted to cultivate spirit-swallowing bugs, but I didn't manage to cultivate the spirit-swallowing bugs. Instead, I cultivated some useless things that can eat soil. We call them earth-swallowing bugs. These things are really useless. After all, they are the hard work of our Crazy Beast Mountain Villa for generations. We can't bear to destroy them." Previously, when we heard Senior Yuan mention that the spiritual stone mine in Jinquan Mountain was hidden underground, our villa master thought of this thing. Everything has its nemesis. Ying Chao laughed and said, "Exactly. Everything in the world is bound to be restrained by something." Yuan Qing also nodded. Then, as if he had thought of something, he said in a low voice, "Senior Ying, the head of the Xuanyan sect in the country of Xi is Fairy Ying Zhuo. Her name is the same as yours. Are you her natural nemesis? Let me see which day you've cursed me." Damn it, hearing Yuan Qing mention Fairy Ying Zhuo for no reason, a bitter smile appeared on Ying Chao's face. "I can't wait to jinx her one day. Even every day. But I can't compare to a nascent soul cultivator. That old woman sent me a message 100 years ago. Oh? There was such a thing? Could it be that she has taken a liking to you?" Yuan Qing's eyes lit up. "I don't like her." Ying Chao shook his head. "That old hag wants me to change my name." Ha, Yuan Qing laughed. Even Zhang Jian, Li Min and the others couldn't help but smile. The earth-devouring insects lived up to their name. In just the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the several mu of land that was covered with spirit insects had clearly caved in. Good boy. These earth-devouring insects are actually so fierce. If these were real spirit-devouring insects, what would we do? Li Min whispered as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Hee, brotherly, this time you've made a mistake. Zhang Jian laughed. Although these insects are innately earth-devouring insects, they aren't as fierce as you see. Oh, Li Min suddenly realized. And this is the acid that the blood calamity beast spewed out. Exactly. Zhang Jian clapped his hands. Didn't I just say it? It's all because of your Maze Valley that I'm here. General, we can only accept the challenge. Lon Exon whispered from within Gold Spring Mountain. Tell this disciple to take out the earth-firm talisman that I've been refining for many years. Tu Hong nodded as he heard this. I already knew that this day would come. The earth-firm talisman is for today. Yes. Lon Exayan nodded and hurried out. Tu Hong's eyes didn't leave the light screen. Although the earth-devouring insects were fierce and had already swallowed up over a foot of the earth, Tu Hong didn't seem to panic at all. Between the layers of earth, there were flashes of brilliance. This was the sign that Gold Spring Mountain's disciples were about to attack. The sword cultivators that had been on guard all this time suddenly tightened their faces. They each urged their flying swords to attack the areas that they had already allocated. Instantly, the cultivators of Jinshan sect appeared, and the flying swords of the sword cultivators also attacked. Magic tools and magic treasures clashed with each other, and following that, it was the clashing of the flesh and magic tools. The flesh and bones clashed with the flying swords. Of course there were careful defenses, of course there were quick dodges, but there were sharp weapons on all sides of the body. Front and back were all ferocious. Even if one could dodge it once, how could one dodge it a second time? In just a moment, miserable screams sounded again. Everywhere there were lives being reaped. Just as both sides were in the midst of a fierce battle, the layers of earth in the array flashed again. Hundreds of Gold Spring Mountain's disciples suddenly flew out from the array. As soon as they appeared on the battlefield, they didn't care about the other cultivators. Otherwise there would never be a meat pie that would fall from the sky. This young master will go and take a look. Xiaohua put away the wishful staff and used a concealment technique to return to where Cui Hongshan and the others were meditating. The 6 idiots were still sitting there obediently. Cui Hongshan didn't dare to put away his captain's token into his storage bag. Instead he held it in his hands, looking at it from time to time for fear that he would delay the attack. Following the rules, Xiaohua sneered disdainfully. The disciples of the cultivation families are all so inflexible. It's no wonder that it's not easy for them to become characters that can stand proudly on the Dawn Rain continent. Cui Hongshan, if you are like this, then your bullshit dream. I'm afraid it will really be a dream. Then without a word, Xiaohua fled towards the direction he had come from. Although Xiaohua's memory wasn't very good, after searching for half an hour, he still found the tunnel he had come from. However, at this time the tunnel had been sealed, and a layer of solid restriction had firmly sealed the entrance of the cave. Xiaohua's divine sense swept through the restriction, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. This restriction was very strange. Not only was it thick, but it also absorbed divine sense. Even the spiritual power fluctuations of the restriction were extremely unstable. Which cultivator laid this down? It's really rough. Xiaohua was somewhat disdainful. With a wave of his hand, he took out the rabbit talisman and was about to insert it into the array. However, when his first talisman touched the array, an earthy yellow brilliance immediately flashed, and an extremely slight explosion burst out from the array like a fried soybean. Looking at the spiritual power fluctuations, it was like pouring water on oil, making a sizzling sound. Ouch! Xiaohua was shocked. He didn't dare to try again and immediately took back the talisman. It wasn't until the time it took to eat a meal that the spiritual power fluctuations gradually calmed down. Good boy, is the level of the cultivator who laid this array higher than this master or lower than this master? Xiaohua pinched his chin and was somewhat pensive. This array was the defensive array of Jinquan Mountain, and at this time the cultivators of Jinquan Mountain were fighting with the swordsmen of Huan country. Perhaps it was a cruel battle above. How could Xiaohua dare to carelessly destroy it? If he wasn't careful, he would become the eternal sinner of the Dao sect, right? This is difficult. Xiaohua shook his head and turned around to look at the surface of the earth. Sure enough, it was as he had expected. The area around him was filled with this kind of extremely unstable formation. Xiaohua frowned and no longer flew upwards. He also didn't check other places and returned to the place where Cui Hongshan and the others were resting. Seeing Xiaohua return, Cui Hongshan's heart inexplicably calmed down, but his face was still indifferent. He looked up and down at Xiaohua, not even greeting him. Get up. Xiaohua flew in front of everyone and shouted, "This Xiao found some problems." Everyone was surprised and hurriedly got up. Zhen Minghui glanced at Cui Hongshan and turned to ask Xiaohua, "Junior brother Xiao, what did you find?" "We are trapped in an array." Xiaohua glanced at everyone and said, "This array seems to be very big." This Xiao didn't have the time to examine it carefully, but it seems that there is only one team of Imperial Thunder Sect disciples here. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. "Fellow Cui, what is your relationship with Tu Hong?" Xiaohua looked up and down at Cui Hongshan and asked with bad intentions, "What relationship?" Cui Hongshan frowned and said curiously, "You have already asked this question before, and this Cui has also answered it." Strange. Xiaohua scratched his head and pointed at Zhen Minghui. "Senior brother Minghui, go to the east side and see if there are any other teams of disciples. And this Zhen will go over now." Zhen Minghui saw Xiaohua's serious expression and didn't dare to be negligent. This time he didn't even look at Cui Hongshan and cupped his hands and said, When Zhen Minghui turned around, Xiao Hua ordered again. Senior brother Su, senior brother Qiu, don't be idle. Take Zhen Hua and Bai Su Gu to the west side and other places. Yes. Su Qing and Qiu Su didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly waved their hands to take the two Qi refinement disciples. Unexpectedly, Cui Hongshan anxiously said, "Wait a moment." Su Qing and the others' eyes quickly turned, their gazes frequently moving between Xiao Hua and Cui Hongshan. "Why don't you go?" Cui Hongshan asked Xiao Hua. "Ai, this Xiao was born with a bad sense of direction." Xiao Hua sighed and shrugged. "Moreover, this Xiao has an important matter to do." "What matter?" Cui Hongshan asked. "Naturally, it is a mission to minimize the losses of my Dao sect." "Hee, you won't understand even if I tell you." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said. "Yes." Cui Hongshan nodded and turned his head. "This Cui will go to the north. You all follow Xiao Hua's instructions and go to the west and south." Then he threw the captain's token to Xiao Hua and said, "You stay here and guard the left side. If there are any abnormalities on the token, quickly send a communication talisman, or act according to the previous arrangements." "Yes." Xiao Hua thought for a moment and took the token. He was also afraid that something would really happen. If he was here, he would be far more important than these 6 idiots. However, after watching the 6 people leave, Xiao Hua only sat quietly for a moment. It was as if there were sores growing under his butt. The temptation of the jade essence was really too great. Chapter 2345. Sure enough, an hour later, after the disciples of the wild beast villa had collected the earth-devouring insects, the sword cultivators once again split into 2 groups. One group still stood on their swords and guarded in midair, while the other group formed into a formation and attacked the 300-meter-wide black hole. Several hundred sword cultivators with similar sword equipment each took out their flying swords. As the flying swords flew through the air, the similar sword intents on the flying swords resonated with each other, and the several hundred flying swords gradually condensed into a single massive flying sword. Weng weng, the humming of swords emitted from the massive flying sword. It was actually a cultivator's magic weapon. All sorts of heaven and earth spiritual energy began to rapidly surge forth, filling up the gaps between the small flying swords. Go! Several hundred sword cultivators moved their minds, all of them simultaneously chanting the same sword chant. The massive flying swords slowly began to move, and a multicolored sword light condensed into a massive sword light that pierced straight into the black hole. Woo! The flying sword seemed to tear the air apart. When it entered the black hole, it gave rise to a strange sound of wind whistling. Its power was extremely great. Bang! With a loud explosion, countless clouds of dust burst out from the black hole, shooting straight up into the sky. However, as the winter wind blew, all of this dust was blown away, turning into dust that drifted between the heavens and earth. Oh my God! Seeing the several hundred sword cultivators on the light screen, Lon Exon couldn't help but cry out, This is simply the cultivation of swords. Humph. At most it's just a little bit closer to the realm of swords. Tu Hong sneered. If their array formation really had the strength to transform into swords, then who would want to fight them? Yes, this old man understands. Lon Exon smiled. It's just that seeing such a fierce sword array for the first time makes me a bit nervous. Tu Hong did not express his opinion. He only squinted his eyes as he watched the swordsmen keep their flying swords and slowly form their formation again. He said faintly, "These flying swords look very powerful, but they are useless." Which cultivator would directly face these several hundred swordsmen as an enemy? Even a cultivator whose strength is comparable to a third-grade illusory sword cultivator wouldn't allow them to easily form their sword array. If it were the many cultivators of my Dao sect, would they have the time to form a sword array? It's only because my Jinquan Mountains array is underground that they are wasting their sword origin for no reason. On top of that, you are strutting around in front of my Golden Spring Mountain. They're just a fox using a tiger's might to intimidate others. Tu Hong sneered. If old brother Lon goes out, they'll definitely be scared witless. I dare not. There must be an illusory swordsman beside the sword cultivator. This old man is no match for him. Lon Exin was very humble. She asked, should we take advantage of this time and give them a head-on blow? Wait a little longer. Tu Hong only said 2 words before falling silent. As Lon Exin saw this, she could only stand there in silence. quietly watching this sword cultivator show off his might. He knew in his heart that his cultivation couldn't compare with Tu Hong's, and he was even more inferior to Tu Hong's when it came to commanding troops. In a battle where hundreds of people would die, he really couldn't deal with it. Haha, seeing the numerous swordsmen fly out one after another and the black hole being struck down several hundred feet, Yuanqing also laughed out loud. He flew up and loudly shouted, "All of you retreat, let this old man move his hands and feet." Yes. The swordsmen who had just put away their flying swords and were about to use them again hurriedly agreed and scattered to the side. Yuanqing flew up into the air. He pointed a finger and the flying sword beneath his feet shot up into the air. Puff. Yuanqing opened his mouth and a sword origin shot out, quickly catching up with the flying sword. With a so sound, the flying sword suddenly accelerated, and a small spark flashed from the flying sword. The spark became increasingly hot, gradually expanding. In an instant the flying sword flew up several dozen feet, and the spark had already turned into a fireball. However, this wasn't the end. The flying sword continued to fly up into the air. The bird cultivators in the air scattered, creating a large gap. Then the flying sword suddenly burst apart, turning into a giant fireball. Speed Yuanqing's hands formed a sword seal and he casually pointed his finger. His expression seemed relaxed, but there was a dignified look in his eyes. Wung wung, the sound of a sword humming came from the flying sword of a nearby swordsman. Looking at the fireball in the air, it was like a meteor but also like a blazing sun falling from the heavens. It cut across the horizon, emitting a loud rumbling sound as it smashed into the black hole. Now's the time. Tu Hong and Lan Xin were also watching Yuanqing show off. Just as Lan Xin was dumbfounded by the might of this flying sword, Tu Hong suddenly shouted out. Oh, Lan Xin was stunned as if she hadn't reacted yet. Tu Hong's lips curved up in a smile. He pointed his finger at the triangular magic tool and at the same time his figure also flew out. On the ground a little further away from the black hole, there was a faint flash of light. At this time, many sword cultivators were scattered in the air, smiles hanging on their faces as they watched Yuanqing display his skills. No one thought that Tu Hong would suddenly attack the illusory swordsman while he was displaying his power. You guys are too conceited. Could it be that the flying swords of my Dao sect are inferior to the flying swords of your swordsmen? Can't I too know a little bit about flying sword techniques? Tu Hong laughed coldly. If a cultivator from my Dao sect used a flying sword to kill a swordsman from sword cultivator, would you say that he was definitely a swordsman from sword cultivator? All flows return to origin. It is said that no matter if it is a cultivator or a swordsman, they are all the same in the immortal realm. Your knowledge is not bad. Yuanqing still had a strong attitude and asked again, since you know that I am Yuanqing, why don't you report your name? When two armies are facing each other, knowing the enemy and knowing yourself will ensure victory. Tu Hong laughed coldly. You sword cultivators have besieged my Golden Spring Mountain for many days and have already investigated the situation of my Golden Spring Mountain. How is it possible that you don't even know my name? When Yuanqing heard this, his face turned red. He really didn't think so much. Your father will kill you. Why would I care who you are? Yuanqing waved his hand and the flying sword landed in his hand. An illusory swordsman is only a. Tu Hong naturally wouldn't back down. Haha, then this old man will let you see what a real illusory sword is. Yuanqing laughed loudly and his body slowly flew up. He activated the true Yuan in his body and a brilliant sword light shot out from Yuanqing's body. An unusually hot sword essence rushed out uncontrollably. At this moment Li Min and Ying Chao, who were the closest to Yuanqing, couldn't bear it and hurriedly flew back. They only stopped after flying back a few hundred feet. Yuanqing's body emitted flames which heated up the surrounding air. The sword light followed the flames and rushed into the long sword in his hand. Hence, the flying sword became even brighter and gradually elongated. At the same time as the flying sword elongated, Yuanqing's body started to turn illusory and elongated. He seemed to be fusing with the flying sword. Seeing such a situation, how could Tu Hong wait any longer? He waved his hand and activated his true Yuan. The long spear once again turned into a giant python and rushed towards Yuanqing. At the same time, Tu Hong's hands formed seals again and the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth condensed around him. It was another familiar sword hum. However, this sword hum was getting louder and louder. The spikes that he had broken free from earlier were also ignited by the Dharma treasure. An even stronger explosive force rushed toward him. Pu Yuanqing was shocked. He could no longer hold back. He opened his mouth and a blood-red ray of sword light flew out. It was like a shooting star that pierced toward the exploding spikes. It was extremely strange. When the ray of sword light pierced through, it was as if it had pierced through a pocket. The exploding spikes suddenly deflated and shrank toward the spot where the ray of sword light had pierced through. Then they disappeared. The small sword that had pierced through the exploding spikes had also become much dimmer. "Ha, Yuanqing, you old thief, how's my technique?" Tu Hong laughed loudly. Then his body flashed with earth-yellow light again. His body landed on the ground and disappeared. At the same time, many other Dao sect cultivators also left the battlefield and landed on the ground. They also disappeared like Tu Hong. Wung wung. A loud sword hum sounded and a fiery red ray of sword light flashed. Yuanqing transformed into a long sword and slashed at the spot where Tu Hong had disappeared. Boom boom boom. A huge crack that was dozens of feet deep appeared on the ground. When the long sword transformed back into Yuanqing's human form, his face turned pale. Despicable brat. Yuanqing's eyes were wide open as he stood in midair. The long sword in his hand was like a rainbow as he shouted loudly. Yes, Yuanqing was a third-grade illusory swordsman. His strength was comparable to a late-stage Golden Core Realm cultivator. In terms of attack power, he was even stronger than a late-stage Golden Core Realm cultivator. Previously, when he used the flying sword, his strength was definitely not something that Tu Hong could compare to. However, Tu Hong made use of the flying sword divine ability that he had just used to attack him. Then he used the exploding spikes and the explosion of his magic treasure to trap Yuanqing. Although Yuanqing did not suffer any serious injuries and only suffered some minor injuries due to the depletion of his sword origin, but, when he thought about it, Tu Hong was only at the peak of the early-stage Golden Core Realm. He had not even reached the mid-stage Golden Core Realm. Yuanqing's face was really a big loss. "Ha, old brother Lon." Tu Hong waved his hand and smiled. "Although that Yuanqing's cultivation is at the late Golden Core stage, I really made him eat a loss just now. Although I had to abandon my magic tool and was only slightly injured, Yuanqing's injuries are definitely worse than mine. To be able to make a late Golden Core swordsman fall under my hands, even if I die I will still be happy." This old man was also frightened just now. Lon Exen didn't hide her feelings and smiled apologetically. Tu Hong pointed at the light screen and said, "Not only are the disciples of my Golden Spring Mountain inferior to the sword cultivators outside, but the high-level disciples are also inferior. Look here where the light screen cannot see, there are dozens of illusory swordsmen standing there. None of them are inferior to Yuanqing." "Ah? Dozens of illusory swordsmen?" Lon Exen was dumbfounded. How could a sword cultivator invest so many illusory swords in my Golden Spring Mountain? This doesn't make sense. Who knows? Tu Hong didn't lose his composure like Lon Exen. He coldly said, "The more they come, the happier I will be." "General." Lon Exen hesitated for a moment, hesitating. "What's wrong?" Tu Hong curiously asked, "Does old brother Lon have something to say?" "The cultivators of the Dao sect. They have something to say." Lon Exen whispered, "If General hadn't decisively killed a Golden Spring Mountain disciple last time, I'm afraid they would have come knocking on our door. These damned cultivators." Tu Hong gnashed his teeth. "They claim to be the orthodox disciples of the Dao sect. They don't even place my Sky Patrol City in their eyes. What do they know about deploying troops? What do they know about the Dao of illusions?" "That's right." Lon Exen bitterly smiled. "They say that my Golden Spring Mountain has too few disciples and that they are all hiding somewhere, so they have to go out and risk their lives." Hearing this, Tu Hong wasn't angry. Instead he smiled and said, "These disciples of the Dao sect are quite smart. That's enough. Tell them to cultivate in seclusion." Chapter 2348. I also tried to send a transmission talisman to Fong Yuan and the others, but there was no response. Cui Hongshan's expression was somewhat abnormal, but it wasn't as ugly as Zhen Minghui and the others. He said, "It seems we are trapped in a formation. It's good that you know. Do you have any ideas?" Xiao Hua returned the captain's token to Cui Hongshan and asked. "Actually, there is no need for any good ideas." Cui Hongshan squeezed out a smile and said, "Maybe Senior Tu Hong has other arrangements. We have other important matters to attend to here. Are you sure you can send your magic power into the formation?" Xiao Hua couldn't help but mock. "In any case, I am confident I don't have this ability." "You..." How could Cui Hongshan not hear Xiao Hua's mockery? He said angrily, "I know your cultivation is deeper than mine, but you don't need to remind me all the time, right? Senior Tu Hong is a senior expert, the commander of the army. He definitely has his reasons for arranging us here. Even if there are some mistakes, I'm afraid it is unintentional. As for the intention to harm others that you are projecting, he definitely won't have it." "How do you know? Is Tu Hong Cui Hong?" Xiao Hua asked. "Some people don't need to be understood." Cui Hongshan sneered, "You only need to look at these people and you will admire them from the bottom of your heart and obey them from the bottom of your heart. This is where the charm of a person lies." Although this Cui has only met Senior Tu Hong a few times, from the first time this Cui saw him, I knew that this was the kind of person he was. He is someone I can entrust my life to. "Good boy. You're really amazing." Xiao Hua smacked his lips and sneered, "You don't even recognize this Xiao as your senior brother from the same sect, and you don't even care about this Xiao saving your life. You dare to entrust your life to someone you've never met before? My life was saved by you. You can take it away at any time if you want." Cui Hongshan didn't show any weakness, "But you can't control my thoughts. Could it be that you've never met such a person? You only met once and you can treat each other with sincerity?" This. Xiao Hua was at a loss. There was Fairy Hong Xia. He only met her once and their hearts were connected. The second time they met, the third time, damn it, it was even more excessive. Where's the guy? Naturally it was Ziyi. It was a very strange feeling. Although Xiao Hua might not dare to entrust his life to Ziyi, the power of his trust was undeniable. "All right. Your eloquence can't be said. It's much stronger than your cultivation. This Xiao won't compete with you in this." Xiao Hua didn't admit it. He pointed his hand and said, "Zhenhua, come here." "Oh yes, martial uncle Xiao," Zhenhua said respectfully. At this moment he held this martial uncle Xiao in high esteem. Not to mention that Xiao Hua's cultivation was so profound that it made him dizzy. Just the fact that Xiao Hua didn't put in much effort and there were already a lot of good things in his storage bag was enough to make him obediently listen to Xiao Hua. "Come with me." Xiao Hua turned around and left. Yes. Zhenhua didn't dare to delay and hurriedly followed. After more than half a day, Xiao Hua brought Zhenhua back again. Looking at Zhenhua's baffled appearance, Cui Hongshan was also baffled. He raised his eyes and asked, "Xiao Hua, in this gourd of yours, what kind of medicine did you buy? If you want to live, then listen to this Xiao." Xiao Hua was too lazy to explain to him. "If you have anything you're curious about, just ask him." After saying that, he flew away again without stopping. "Zhenhua, what did he do to you?" Cui Hongshan asked curiously. This disciple also doesn't know." Zhenhua was extremely bewildered. Martial Uncle Xiao only called this disciple out. Then this disciple's vision turned black and I didn't know anything. When Xiao Hua returned, Cui Hongshan handed the captain's token to him as if he was presenting a treasure and said, "Take a look. Senior Tu Hong has issued an order for us to attack." "Attack from here?" Xiao Hua was obviously stunned and somewhat didn't dare to believe it. "This seems a little inappropriate." Cui Hongshan released his divine sense and didn't see any formation, so he hesitated and said, "Then can we fly a little higher?" Zhen Minghui's brain was active and he immediately asked, "Then let's go up and take a look." Cui Hongshan nodded. "The closer we are to the formation, the more we can activate our magic power defense." "Okay." Xiao Hua could only agree and nod. Seeing that Xiao Hua was the same, everyone flew out of the cave. Under Cui Hongshan's lead, they flew up the path that Cui Hongshan had previously explored. After flying for an hour, Cui Hongshan's captain's token suddenly emitted a strong spiritual energy fluctuation. Then a fluctuation that was 100 times stronger swept across the captain's token and swept across everyone's body. Xiao Hua was stunned and hurriedly released his divine sense. Previously, his divine sense couldn't reach far because it was blocked by the special layer of soil of Mount Quanjin. but now without any obstruction, it swept out in an instant. Xiao Hua's expression changed greatly and he shouted, Cui Hongshen. Forget it, do you still want to live? Why is that? Cui Hongshen was also flustered. Just as he was about to sweep his divine sense out, who knew that before his divine sense could leave his body, dozens of divine senses swept over like sharp swords and locked onto everyone in an instant. And after the dozens of divine senses, there were even hundreds of divine senses following behind. Yes. Everyone said without hesitation. Okay, Xiao Hua also nodded. He hurriedly stretched out his hand and untied a spirit storage pouch from his waist. He reached out and grabbed the back of Cui Hongshen's neck. His thumb pinched the back of Cui Hongshen's neck and Cui Hongshen fainted. Xiao Hua threw Cui Hongshen into the spirit storage pouch, no different from throwing a little duck. This. Zhen Minghui and the rest opened their eyes wide. They finally understood why Zhenhua had been unconscious for half a day and why Xiao Hua asked if Zhenhua was injured. Damn it, do you still want to live? Quickly come over. Xiao Hua shouted and waved his hand again. Zhenhua fell into his hand without any strength to fight back and was thrown into the spirit storage pouch again. I thought of this method with great difficulty. Don't worry, as long as I don't die, nothing will happen to you. Okay, although Zhen Minghui and the rest were extremely unhappy, who could say anything? Falling into the spirit storage pouch would be treated the same as a spirit beast. At least it was better than falling into the hands of a sword cultivator and dying. However, to put a cultivator into the spirit storage pouch, perhaps only a fierce person like Xiao Hua could think of such a cunning idea. Xiao Hua didn't care about what they thought. After putting the 6 dazed birds into the spirit storage pouch, he waved his hand and put them into the space. He raised his head and looked up, then turned around and flew down. Yuan Qing stood on the scorching sun sword with a trace of excitement on his face. He watched as the sword cultivators formed a group and struck the huge sword shadows into the ground. The dust that soared into the sky earlier could no longer fly high because the black hole that led to the Jinquan Mountain Spirit Stone Mine was already very deep. After waiting for the huge sword shadows to fiercely attack a few more times, Yuan Qing swept his divine sense and waved his hand. Disciples, take a rest. Conserve your energy. Disciples of the Mad Beast Manor, now that the Jinquan Mountain's defensive array is about to be exposed, release your earth-devouring bugs. Make the final attack. As long as we can take down this spirit stone mine, your Mad Beast Manor will have the greatest merit. At that time there will be no shortage of spirit stones for you. Yes, this disciple understands. The many disciples of the Mad Beast Manor had excited expressions as they loudly responded. The battle sword flew to Yuan Qing's side and said with a smile, Disciples, all of you have worked hard for the past few days. Not only have I seen it, the warriors of Sword Region have also remembered it in their hearts. All of your hard work will not be in vain. Just like what Villa Master said before coming here, all of you are the role models of my wild beast villa. Good, this old man won't say any unnecessary words. You all can command the earth-devouring bugs and finish the job in one fell swoop. Yes. The disciples responded, accompanied by the buzzing sounds of insects. In these past few days, the earth-devouring bugs seemed to have grown in size as they flew out from the hands of the disciples. They were like dark clouds that covered the sky as they flew into the black hole. General. Lan Xian's eyes were a bit tired. She looked at the light screen and whispered, It's time for the disciples to go out. We've been avoiding battle for several days now. The momentum of these cultivators is very weak. Tu Hong had already returned to normal. His eyes shined as he glanced at Lan Xian and asked, Are the cultivators of the Dao sect still complaining? Chapter 2349. Yes, there are more and more complaints. Lan Xian replied without hesitation. Moreover, even my Golden Spring Mountain disciples have some doubts. After all, there are thousands of disciples that have gone missing. What did they say? What rumors are there? Our Golden Spring Mountain disciples are naturally incomparable to those Dao sect cultivators. General's military discipline is strict and strict. They only have some doubts, but they don't dare to talk too much. Tu Hong's eyes flashed with gratification. He nodded. Fortunately, these disciples have not disappointed this old man's many years of training. But he also had some regret. He whispered, Unfortunately, In the face of such a great enemy, this old man cannot do anything alone. I fear that I will have to disappoint them. General can rest assured. Lan Exen cupped her hands across her chest. Not to mention the ordinary Golden Spring Mountain disciples, even this old man has long since decided to follow General. In my heart, I have already decided to live and die with Golden Spring Mountain and pursue General. Haha, since we can die together, then we can live together. Tu Hong lifted his hand and smiled. In truth, the situation isn't that terrible. Dozens of illusory swordsmen. Lan Exion's eyes flashed with despair. Tu Hong had already seen this, but he didn't say anything. He only smiled and said, "Old brother Lan, you can rest assured. Since I dare to say this, then the disciples of Golden Spring Mountain will definitely have a chance to survive." But Lan Exin was still skeptical. She knew that those thousands of Golden Spring Mountain disciples had been hidden by Tu Hong, but, no matter how many disciples there were, it was impossible for them to be a match for dozens of late Golden Core cultivators. Thinking of this, Lan Exion's eyes flashed with understanding. Good. At this time Tu Hong's eyes shrank. He grit his teeth and slowly stood up. He ordered, "Old brother Lan, the sword cultivators have already approached my Golden Spring Mountain's defensive array formation. Life or death will be decided here. Inform the disciples to immediately meet the enemy. As long as we can drag them into the Spirit Stone mine, their mission will be complete. They can escape." Lan Exane was stunned. But after a moment she hesitated. Then, what about the Dao sect cultivators? Them. Tu Hong smiled and waved his hand. Life and death is up to fate. Riches and honor is up to the heavens. Yes, subordinate understands. Lan Exin cupped her hands together. Her eyes swept over the curtain of light and then she hurried away. On the light screen, a deep black line had already touched the blood-red line. On the ground, Yuan Qing stared coldly at the black hole. The spiritual energy fluctuation in the black hole was getting stronger. Suddenly, Yuan Qing raised his eyebrows and a hint of a smile flashed through his eyes as he shouted, "Disciples, prepare to attack. The cowardly cultivators finally can't take it anymore." Ha! Upon hearing Yuan Qing's voice transmission, all the sword cultivator disciples perked up. Each of them activated the flying swords beneath their feet and waited for the battle to begin. The bird cultivators in the sky also flew down, covering the sky above Golden Fountain Mountain. They seemed to be preparing to attack the cultivators of Golden Fountain Mountain, and also seemed to be preventing the disciples of Golden Fountain Mountain from escaping. Indeed, the moment Yuan Qing's voice landed, the entire area started to flicker. The cultivators of Jinquan Mountain all rushed out from the light like a swarm of bees. The magic tools and treasures in their hands were the same as before, attacking towards the sword cultivator. However, the cultivators this time were clearly different from before. Chapter 2350. With its swoosh, a palm-sized flying sword brushed past his head, shattering his defensive yellow talisman and even slicing off a long strand of his black hair, causing beads of blood to appear on his pale white scalp. Fang Yuan didn't dare to think any further. He clapped his hands and took out several defensive yellow talismans, hurriedly placing them on his body. At the same time he was still worried and used a few spells. Only when his body emitted a faint light again, did he finally relax. However, he had just stopped when that fierce female cultivator's flying sword flew close again. The flying sword that was like mist and smoke covered him like a fine net. Fang Yuan couldn't recall the cyan ring in time. He used both his hands to continuously use spells and slapped his storage bag, throwing out a dozen yellow talismans. With a rumbling sound, the fire net talisman transformed into a fire net that blocked in front of the flying sword. A series of ice balls also appeared in the air, but these yellow talismans, which usually looked powerful, were slightly penetrated by the smoke net. A crack appeared in the middle of all the talismans. They simply didn't wait for the magic power to explode before they were annihilated. Naturally, Fang Yuan took advantage of this gap and held the ring in his hand. Just as he was about to activate his Fa Li, suddenly, a 1-meter-long fire crane appeared in the air with a caw sound. With a whistling sound, it pounced on the female swordsman who was proudly activating her flying sword in the air. Ah! The female swordsman was shocked. Sword light flashed around her body as she tried to dodge the flamingo while resisting the intense flames. The flamingo was too fast and too sudden. The female swordsman had just seen the flamingo when it pounced on her body. Moreover, it instantly passed through the female swordsman's sword light defense and set her body on fire. The female swordsman tried her best to use sword essence, wanting to extinguish the flames. However, the sword essence was like adding fuel to the fire, causing the flames to burn even more fiercely. He Fangyuan was overjoyed at the sight of this, and without any hesitation he took out the green ring. That ring spun in the air and directly hit the female sword cultivator's head, breaking it effortlessly. As the female swordsman's corpse fell from the air, He Fangyuan shouted, "Xiao Hua! Junior brother Xiao?" However, where would Xiao Hua's reply come from? What was even stranger was that the flaming crane did not appear again, as if no one had sent it out. Run! He Fangyuan scanned with his divine sense. The number of swordsmen had already exceeded the number of cultivators. He did not dare to hesitate any longer. Furthermore, he had already received private messages from the cultivators. This was the last battle. Jinquan Mountain's disciples were already prepared to retreat. Although the Dao Sect's cultivators did not receive any orders, they had already decided as long as they fought they would escape. Alas! He Fangyuan sighed inwardly. The Tai Ching sect disciple closest to him was currently engaged in a battle with a shining sword swordsman, and the situation was quite dangerous. He wanted to save them, but He Fangyuan only hesitated for a moment before flying towards the gap behind the sword cultivator. Before he could even fly half a meter above the battlefield, the bird cultivators with sharp eyes in the sky had already seen him. Two tall and thin bird cultivators looked at each other, before flapping their wings and swooping down. Their target was He Fangyuan. However, at this moment about 10 feet below He Fangyuan, a swordsman of about grade 5 had just killed a Foundation Establishment cultivator in front of him. He raised his head and saw He Fangyuan's figure. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he formed a sword seal in his hand. A sword light as thin as a strand of hair flew towards He Fangyuan silently, reflecting the various colors of the battlefield. He Fangyuan saw that there were actually two bird cultivators attacking him together in the sky. He was greatly shocked and quickly used his flying technique to escape in another direction. After flying for about 20 feet he felt a strange movement. Before he could use his divine sense to check carefully, there was a flash of light in his chest. A flying sword as thin as a strand of hair had broken through his defensive light and pierced straight into his body. He Fangyuan could only barely move his body to the side. That flying sword had already pierced through his chest. With a miserable cry he fell down from the sky. The two bird cultivators saw this and spread their wings, flying into the sky to be on guard again. That sword cultivator who killed them swept his gaze with a cold gaze, ignoring them and stabbing at others with his sword. Sword light flashed, reaping the lives of cultivators one after another. With a series of explosions, the lives of sword cultivators were wiped out one after another. He Fangyuan was only an insignificant one among them. Seeing that the battle was already decided, Yuan Qing retracted his gaze and looked down at the black hole below him. He then raised his head and looked at Ling Yunwu and the rest who were scattered all over the battlefield, transmitting his divine sense. "Friend Ling Jian. The cultivators that you are looking for, I'm afraid that they are the same as the Golden Core stage cultivators in Jinquan Mountain hiding under this defensive array. If you want to force them out, it would be better if Friend Ling and the other sword friends of the Ling Feng sword sect work together to break this defensive array." Ling Yunwu's divine sense swept over and thought for a while before smiling. "Fine. I have been watching this farce for so many days. If I don't make a move, it would show that Ling Feng sword sect doesn't know the rules." Saying so, Ling Yunwu waved his hand and the flying swords under the feet of the dozen illusory sword cultivators flew out. The swordsmen raised their hands and held the flying swords in their hands. Wung wung. With a series of sword cries, the swordsmen's bodies turned illusory and gradually transformed into flying swords of different shapes. Immediately after, dozens of flying swords rushed into the air, and a powerful sword intent swept through the entire battlefield. Not only did the flying swords of the swordsmen tremble slightly, but they also bowed down. Even the cultivator's true essence was suppressed, and all kinds of magic tools and treasures fell from the sky. However, this only lasted for a short moment before the powerful sword intent retracted into the huge swords. The huge swords formed by the dozen illusory sword cultivators actually danced in the air slowly. Although it wasn't as strong as the old man who transformed into a sword back at Chicken Crow Mountain, the sharp edge of the sword was enough to tear apart a nascent soul cultivator. Woo! The huge sword slowly pierced into the black hole. The surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth was pierced through. Small hurricanes formed around the huge sword, blowing the swordsmen and cultivators who were fighting each other off their feet. Rumble! The earth quaked and the entire ground trembled. Cracks of a few feet wide and thousands of feet deep appeared on the ground of Golden Spring Mountain, splitting the entire ground apart. Great! Yuan Qing's divine sense swept over and he clapped his hands and laughed. The defensive formation of Quanjin Mountain has been destroyed. Many thanks to the sword cultivators of Ling Feng Sword Sect. You're welcome. Ling Yunwu and the rest revealed themselves and immediately used their divine senses to scan the area under the restriction. Naturally, Ling Yunwu's divine sense was also blocked by the special layer of soil of Quanjin Mountain and was unable to penetrate. At this time, thousands of cultivators rushed out from the black hole that had just been destroyed. The one leading them was naturally Tu Hong. Tu Hong did not hold a spear in his hand, but a triangular-shaped magic tool. Old fool Yuan Qing, do you dare to fight with this old man again? Tu Hong shouted arrogantly as soon as he appeared. Aha, this Yuan has been waiting for you for a long time. Yuan Qing laughed as he heard this. The flying sword under his feet flew up and immediately turned into a round sun that pierced towards Tu Hong. Tu Hong was already prepared. He pointed his finger at the triangular-shaped magic tool and a bright light flew out from the magic tool and rushed towards the blazing sun. Go. Lon Xin and the rest were naturally on the side. Without waiting for Tu Hong's orders, they all stimulated their magic power and rushed towards Ying Chao and the other high-level swordsmen. Hee, how could Ying Chao put these late Foundation establishment cultivators in his eyes? With a loud scream, the bird cultivators in the air swooped down and began to fight with the cultivators. Tu Hong's light was very fierce. As soon as it touched Yuan Qing's flying sword, it extinguished the flames on the flying sword, leaving behind only a foot-long flying sword body. Oh! Yuan Qing was also a little shocked, but there was more to come. After the clear light destroyed the flames, it did not stop. It continued to corrode the body of the flying sword. In the blink of an eye, small brown dots were born from the sound of the flying sword. You dare! Yuan Qing's heart ached. He knew that his flying sword had been damaged and he would have to spend a great deal of effort to repair it. Although it wasn't as humiliating as last time, the price he had to pay was far more disastrous. Yuan Qing was furious. He had suffered defeat again and again in front of Tu Hong, and now in front of the other sword cultivators of Heavenly Sword Region. At this time he wanted to kill Tu Hong with a single sword strike. But what was strange was that Tu Hong's eyes swept over and he pointed at the triangular-shaped magic tool. The magic tool began to emit an overwhelming light. This light not only covered Yuan Qing but also Ying Chao, Li Min, Ling Yunwu and the others. Ignorant cultivator. Ying Chao was furious. His body suddenly swayed and two wings appeared on his back. His whole body shot up into the sky and flashed past the light. Ling Yunwu and the others didn't dare to be negligent. They stepped on their flying swords and rushed up into the sky. Without knowing the details, they didn't dare to be as reckless as Yuan Qing. Don't go. When Yuan Qing saw Tu Hong's arrogant behavior, he had already guessed what he was thinking. When he saw Tu Hong release the light and fly in another direction, he immediately shouted. Ying Chao, Ling Yunwu and the others were naturally alert. They flew up and surrounded Tu Hong. Tu Hong's body flew rapidly, but he still couldn't escape from the encirclement. When he saw the others taking out their flying swords, he quickly pointed at the magic tool again. But this time the light from the magic tool only flew out a thin layer and stopped. Tu Hong frowned. It seemed that the magic tool wasn't suitable for him. Forget it. Tu Hong's expression changed slightly. He shouted, "Disciples of the Dao sect, we will retreat back to the Spirit Stone Mine. There are still a few defensive arrays inside. We will resist stubbornly and kill the swordsmen in the mine." Yes. Hearing this, the disciples of Golden Spring Mountain shouted in unison. Then Tu Hong pointed at the triangular-shaped magic tool again. A tricolored light rushed to the ground, and another burst of light appeared. Chapter 2351. Tu Hong and the rest of the Golden Spring Mountain disciples, as well as the Dao sect cultivators, rushed towards the flickering light. Everyone's figure disappeared into it. When the disciples disappeared, the light also disappeared. This time it was different from the previous few times. The faint spiritual energy ripples also disappeared. Yuanqing and the rest scanned the area with their spiritual senses. Once again they realized that the Golden Spring Mountain spirit stone vein seemed to have been stripped of its clothes. Everything could be seen through by their spiritual senses. Even the jade essences and spirit stones that were hidden deep underground could be seen at a glance. Haha, great. So it wasn't because our spiritual senses were restricted by the layer of earth. It was because of the Golden Spring Mountain's array. Yuanqing laughed heartily. He looked at the ordinary layer of earth and laughed. Let's all go down. Leave a small group of swordsmen to guard the outside. I'm afraid that was the last time the cultivator used the array? Brother Yuan. Ing Chao shook his head. Didn't you see how cunning the cultivators of Golden Spring Mountain were? We should leave more swordsmen. But before he could finish his sentence, Ling Yunwu's face changed. He waved his hand and the Ling Feng sword sect's illusory swords scanned the area with their spiritual senses. Then they stepped on their swords and rushed into the black hole. The other 4 illusory swordsmen rushed into the layer of earth. Yuanqing smiled bitterly and said to Ing Chao, I also have the same thoughts. But the spirit stone vein has already been revealed. How many people can hold themselves back? Sigh, all right. Ing Chao looked above his head and saw the greedy beast cultivators. He could only nod his head. The reason why the swordsmen attacked the Golden Spring Mountain spirit stone vein was for the spirit stones. It was unwise to restrain them now. Furthermore, it was the alliance of several sections. This made things even more difficult. Let's go. Yuanqing waved his hand. The sword cultivators who were already prepared flew out and rushed into the black hole. Since Yuanqing and Ing Chao did not say anything, the swordsmen from the other sects also flew in. At this moment, the fact that the disciples from the other sects did not rush in was already very praiseworthy. After waiting for most of the swordsmen to enter the spirit stone vein, Yuanqing and Ing Chao instructed the 100 or so swordsmen and beast cultivators who were still in the air, and the 2 of them also flew into the vein. The spiritual stone vein of the Golden Fountain Mountain really lives up to its name. Yuanqing flew down and spread out his spiritual sense as he commented with a smile. That's not all. Ing Chao pointed in the direction of the jade marrow. That's the top-grade jade marrow. It's very useful for bird cultivators like us. I didn't expect there to be so many here. The sword friends of the Ling Feng sword sect are rushing towards the jade essence. Yuanqing naturally saw Ling Yunwu and the others rushing towards the jade essence. Fellow swordsman Yuan, you have to look carefully. There really is a disciple of the thunder-controlling sect to the left of the jade essence. Ing Chao said with a smile. Moreover, he's an early Foundation establishment disciple. It's true. Yuanqing scanned the area with his spiritual force and saw it clearly. Wow, there really is such a cultivator. That's not right. This guy isn't some Foundation establishment cultivator. What? Ing Chao was also slightly stunned. He also spread out his spiritual sense and looked at Xiaohua again. Xiaohua's spiritual sense swept through the entire Golden Fountain Mountain's spiritual stone vein and discovered that the entire defensive array of the spiritual stone vein had disappeared. Thousands of swordsmen swarmed in. What made him even more surprised was that the dozens of illusory swordsmen actually used their spiritual sense to scan his and Cui Hongshan's whereabouts. They immediately locked onto them and flew towards them along the tunnel. Xiaohua was shocked. These were dozens of swordsmen comparable to late Golden Core Realm swordsmen. They really wanted his life. However, Xiaohua didn't think that these high-level swordsmen were coming for him. However, under the siege of thousands of swordsmen, Xiaohua didn't have the confidence to bring Cui Hongshan and the others away safely. Therefore he thought of using the spiritual storage bag. And since spirit beasts could stay inside, what problem could cultivators have? In any case, he had already tested it with the thunder fire. Therefore Xiaohua put away the spiritual storage bag and immediately flew towards the distance. Moreover, he didn't dare to use any earth escape technique for fear of attracting the swordsman's attention. However, Xiaohua's calculations were wrong. He thought that because he was too close to the jade essence he was locked onto by the illusory swordsman. After flying for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he once again released his spiritual sense. Only then did he discover that Ling Yunwu and the others were still chasing after him. Furthermore, the 4 swordsmen who came from underground were closing in on him. Damn it, I am not Tu Hong. Why are you looking for me? Xiaohua was anxious. Without hesitation he used the hibernating thunder escape technique and increased his speed again. He flew towards the direction he came from, wanting to get away from these jade essences. Something's wrong. Xiaohua's spiritual sense swept through an abandoned spiritual stone vein and was slightly stunned. This spiritual stone vein was clearly empty. Chapter 2352. Damn it, they really did come for this young master. Xiaohua was a little surprised. Who did this young master provoke? Thinking of this, Xiaohua no longer flew along the tunnel of the cave. Instead he formed a seal and escaped underground. Sure enough. Seeing Xiaohua escape underground, the swordsman of the Ling Feng sword sect understood that this early-stage foundation establishment disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect had some secrets. Therefore, the 4 swordsmen with flying swords that could escape underground did their best to stimulate their sword energy and chased after Xiaohua from all directions. This was almost the same as when Xiaohua was chased by the Fu family in Jima Mountain. The only difference was that in addition to the 4 swordsmen of the Ling Feng sword sect who could escape underground, there were 10 other swordsmen with illusory sword cultivation in the passage of the spirit stone vein. Moreover, these 10 swordsmen seemed to be using their flying swords to rush into the earth. Damn it! What should I do now? After a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. His speed of earth escape was not as fast as thunder escape, and the speed of a sword cultivator's flying sword was not much affected in the earth layer. The 4 illusory swordsmen were chasing him very fast. It was impossible for Xiaohua to escape their pursuit just by relying on earth escape. I'm afraid I can only kill a few illusory swordsmen first. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and used his Buddhist awareness to scan the 4 swordsmen flying towards him. Not far away there were more than a dozen swordsmen who had also drilled their swords into the ground and were approaching Xiaohua. After thinking for a bit, Xiaohua immediately stopped and turned around to face the 4 illusory swordsmen. Just as Xiaohua turned around, Xiaohua opened his mouth slightly and the Dream Executioner flying sword flew out. Unfortunately, the flying sword was extremely nimble in the air, but in the earth layer, it was as if it had fallen into a sticky liquid. It was extremely difficult to fly, just like when Xiaohua changed from thunder escape to earth escape. Oh, so troublesome. Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization and said, now that we are inside the earth layer, this young master's various magic treasures are all restricted. If the Dream Executioner flying sword is like this, then the Soaring Dragon Scissors is also like this. In this way, I can only use. Thinking of this, Xiaohua opened his mouth and the Dream Executioner flying sword fell into it. The 4 swordsmen were originally trying their best to catch up, but when they saw Xiaohua suddenly stop, they sucked in a mouthful of cold air. They understood very well how difficult it was to suddenly stop while flying at high speed. When they saw Xiaohua unexpectedly rushing towards them, their hearts were pleasantly surprised, but they were even more doubtful and even somewhat surprised. They are 4 second-grade and third-grade illusory swordsmen, comparable to late-stage Jindan stage cultivators. How could Xiaohua, an early-stage foundation establishment stage cultivator, dare to fight recklessly? But when they thought of Xiaohua's terrifying Phoenix nickname, the 4 of them were still exceptionally cautious. The 4 of them turned their heads slightly and scanned each other with their divine senses. They immediately understood each other's intentions. Quick! The flying swords under their feet immediately appeared in their hands. The sword origin in their bodies was activated, and their bodies gradually became one with the flying swords. Their bodies also began to transform into flying swords. And with the appearance of the 4 flying swords, 4 powerful sword intents fiercely rushed towards Xiaohua from 4 different directions, instantly forming a relatively balanced sword array. The sword intents turned into a powerful force that firmly pressed down on Xiaohua like 4 giant hands, squeezing him from all directions. Hiss! Xiaohua, like the 4 swordsmen, also sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He inwardly pondered, the 4 illusory swordsmen are only Jindan stage cultivators. But when the 4 of them join forces, they actually have the strength of a nascent soul stage cultivator. When I was in Ink Cloud Black Forest, wasn't the nascent soul stage cultivator's primordial spirit hand like this? If I was surrounded by more than 10 illusory swordsmen, how would I still be alive? Xiaohua trembled in fear, and his desire to kill the swordsman became even stronger. Once he activated his magic power, his body flew towards the swordsman at an even faster speed. Xiaohua and the swordsman were originally moving very quickly, but when Xiaohua suddenly changed direction, the distance between the two of them shortened even faster. In just a few breaths of time, the 4 swordsmen's figures had just transformed into flying swords, and the distance between the two of them was only a few tens of feet. Moreover, these 4 transformed flying swords were connected to each other, as if they were an even larger flying sword. Sword light overflowed from the flying swords, and the sword light swayed as it approached. It was so sharp that it could almost tear through the void. At this moment, Xiaohua suddenly waved his hand again, and used the earth shield technique that he hadn't used for a long time. A yellow light flashed, and a yellow shield several feet long condensed in front of the flying swords. The power of this earth shield was just as Xiaohua had expected, several times stronger than the one on the ground. However, this earth shield technique that Xiaohua used was enough to resist the attack of a late Jindan stage cultivator. As soon as it came into contact with the sword light of the flying swords, it immediately produced a rumbling sound, and a dent was imprinted on the earth shield. Then this dent rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, countless deep cracks appeared on the earth shield. Then the entire earth shield collapsed, shattering like glass. Good heavens, Xiaohua was greatly shocked. As expected of a sword cultivator, the power of your attack is unparalleled. Our Dao sect cultivators are unable to reach this level. Seeing the large swords approaching, Xiaohua hastily waved his hand, and the soul-absorbing bell appeared in his hand. Then he also held the Toad Soul tool in his hand, and the soul strands from his Dharma Eye imprint shot into the Toad Soul tool. With a loud clang, the soul-absorbing bell rang like a big yellow bell. A soul artifact. Upon hearing the ringing of the soul-sucking bell, not only the 4 sword cultivators, but also the dozens of sword cultivators who were attacking from the side were shocked. They had fought with millions of soul cultivators from Meng Mountains for countless years, so how could they not know the power and function of a soul artifact? How could they not be shocked when this soul tool was suddenly used by a Dao sect cultivator? What made them panic the most was that although this soul tool's function was not great, its power was rare. The bodies of the dozens of swordsmen who were slightly further away swayed slightly, and their souls were beating rapidly in their minds. The 4 illusory swords were even worse. The swords that they had transformed into swayed rapidly, emitting sword cries. The 4 flying swords that had transformed into swords could no longer take shape. They separated, and 4 extremely shocked human figures appeared in a flash. Of course, these illusory swordsmen were also panicking. They hurriedly urged the secret method to deal with soul tools, stabilizing their souls and bodies, and then gritted their teeth to transform into swords. In just a few breaths of time, Xiaohua temporarily broke away from the tearing force of the 4 long swords. His speed of escape increased by half a point, but he saw that the soul-absorbing bell and the Toad Soul tools were stored in the space, and the wishful rod was taken out again. Fight! Xiaohua shouted majestically, and the wishful staff turned into a thick staff and smashed toward an illusory swordsman who had not completely transformed into a long sword. That illusory swordsman was Ling Yunwu's wife, Yuan. Courting death. Yuan's voice also revealed a kind of sword cry. Although her figure had not yet transformed into an illusory sword, the long sword like an arm with a heavy sword intent stabbed at Xiaohua like a boulder. Although it had not yet reached his body, the sharpness that had already penetrated Xiaohua's skin had already penetrated through the wind. Humph! Xiaohua sneered, and the wishful staff in his hand smashed horizontally at the long sword. Sure enough, as he expected, this wishful staff was different from the slaying dream. There was almost no sluggishness in this layer of soil, and it was basically no different from playing in the air. Seeing the wishful staff hit the long sword like a meteor catching up with the moon, the long sword suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared about a foot behind the wishful staff, stabbing toward Xiaohua's eyebrows. Just as Yuan saw the long sword approaching Xiaohua's eyebrows and sneered. In close combat, how could a sword cultivator be afraid of a cultivator? Even if Xiaohua could kill a bright sword swordsman in close combat, in her eyes he was still far inferior. However, a strange thing happened. The wishful staff suddenly appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes and attacked the long sword again. It was one of the moves of the heavenly staff technique. Yuan instantly noticed and frowned slightly. They could no longer maintain the shape of a sword and reverted back to their human forms. Moreover, each of them had blood flowing out of the corners of their mouths, and the sword in their hands had very deep cracks that were visible to the naked eye. Xiaohua seemed to ignore the life and death of the four people, and hurriedly urged his true essence that was almost solidified and rushed to the ground. However, just as Xiaohua seriously injured the four illusory swordsmen, the dozens of illusory swordsmen also flew to the top of Xiaohua's head, and faintly surrounded him. Chapter 2353. Fortunately, this encirclement has not yet formed, and there are still flaws in the farthest place. Moreover, Xiaohua flew a few more feet and it just happened to be 100 feet wide space which should be an abandoned spirit stone mine. Xiaohua did not hesitate and immediately urged Imperial Thunder travel. Thunder roared all over his body and he flew toward the flaw. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohua had arrived at the weak point. Just as he was about to break through the air with joy, a mournful sword cry came from behind him and pierced towards his back. Oh! Xiaohua was slightly stunned. The wishful steel staff struck out, but to his surprise the flying sword seemed to be psychic. With a sudden turn, it disappeared in mid-air. When the sword reappeared, it had already surpassed Xiaohua and filled in the gap where he wanted to escape. Xiaohua stopped and swept his divine sense around. The 12 illusory swordsmen were divided into 7 places, and surrounded him in the middle. The closest to him was the flying sword that just passed him. Swordsman. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and stared at the swordsman who did not transform into a human form. Imperial Thunder Sect's Foundation Establishment Disciple? A sword sound came from the flying sword. Your Foundation Establishment Disciple is really promising. You are all illusory swordsmen, but you actually formed a sword array to deal with me. Don't you feel ashamed? Xiaohua waved the wishful staff in his hand a few times and said coldly, "This sword has never seen a cultivator who can break the flying sword of an illusory swordsman. Are the first." The flying sword said coldly, "You hurt this sword's lover. This sword will not let you escape from this 7-star sword array. However, if you take out the sword pouch in the black silk wood, this sword can release your soul and let you have a chance to enter the reincarnation cycle. Otherwise, you should know that we sword cultivators have ways to make your soul disappear, and there will not be a trace of God left in this world." 7-star sword array? Sword pouch? Black silk wood? Xiaohua's gaze swept across the swordsmen who were all transformed into swords and pointed at him. He muttered in his heart and then said, "I don't understand what you are talking about. What sword pouch? What black silk wood? Aren't you looking for the wrong person?" The flying sword snorted, and a small sword flew out from the flying sword, and a sword light shot into the small sword, and the previous image appeared on the small sword. Xiaohua looked at the image of his figure and slightly understood. He nodded and said, "I understand. Those dozens of villains who raped and killed my Dao Sex cultivators were your disciples? Good, take out the black silk wood and the sword. This sword will release your soul. Ha ha ha. I will give it to you." Xiaohua laughed loudly and waved his hand. A golden light flashed, and the soaring dragon shears immediately flew out and slashed at the flying sword. "If you insist on being stubborn, then die." Seeing the Tingjiao scissors slashing towards him like lightning, Ling Yunwu's incarnation sneered. The 12 flying swords in the 7 celestial sword formation flashed at the same time as if they were breathing at the same time. The Tingjiao scissors slashed through Ling Yunwu's flying sword and was knocked back, only leaving a slight scratch on the flying sword. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He already understood that this 7-star sword formation gathered the sword energy of the 12 illusory swordsmen together. No matter which swordsman he fought against, he would be directly facing the 12 illusory swordsmen. 12 illusory swordsmen. Xiaohua's mouth was somewhat bitter. This Huan country's swordsman really overestimated himself. Fight. When Xiao Hua saw that the Tingjiao shears were ineffective, he immediately put it into the space. He raised the wishful staff in his hand again and mercilessly attacked Ling Yunwu. The power of Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff, Ling Yunwu already knew in his heart. He did not dare to be careless. He did not even dare to really touch the wishful steel staff. 12 sword lights flashed. 12 turned into 24, 24 turned into 48. Finally, the sky was filled with sword lights that surrounded Xiao Hua. Grandma, isn't this young master's sword acting the world? Xiao Hua was surprised. However, at this time he did not dare to take out the slaying dream to show off. The wishful steel staff in his hand did not care to kill Ling Yunwu. He could only use the heavenly staff technique to protect himself. He did not dare to use his body to try the sword lights of the illusory swordsman. Pa pa pa, with a series of sounds, the sword light fell like rain and hit Xiao Hua from all directions. However, the Tong Tian staff technique was indeed powerful. The wishful staff danced like a ball of golden light, protecting Xiao Hua so that not even a drop of water could leak out. All the sword light was shot down by Xiao Hua. This, Ling Yunwu, who had already turned into a flying sword, was anxious. When he saw that his beloved was injured by Xiao Hua, his heart was furious. Regardless of the consequences, he used the secret technique of the Ling Feng sword sect and forcibly merged himself with the flying sword. This was how he was able to stop Xiao Hua, who almost escaped from the encirclement. However, this was, after all, a secret technique. He had not reached the level of illusory sword transformation. If it was too long, he could only transform into a flying sword and merge with the sword spirit in the flying sword. He could no longer restore his body. What he did not expect was that Xiao Hua was so difficult to deal with. The wishful steel staff was so unpredictable that it could resist the 7 stars great array formed by 12 illusory swordsmen. This 7 stars great array was what the Ling Feng sword sect relied on. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator would not be able to escape from the sword array. Feeling the cold sword intent wave after wave of impact on his soul, Ling Yunwu knew that he did not have much time. If he could not kill Xiao Hua in a short time, he could only get out of the flying sword. Naturally, he could imagine that if he were to fly out of the flying sword, the 7-star grand formation would definitely collapse, and Xiao Hua would definitely flee like a wisp of smoke. Ling Yunwu had already experienced Xiao Hua's lightning flight, and if he hadn't risked his life to exhaust his sword essence, it would absolutely be impossible for him to catch up to Xiao Hua. It was even to the extent that Ling Yunwu had some lingering fear. If he were to fly another 30 meters, he would definitely fall behind Xiao Hua. While Ling Yunwu was thinking, Xiao Hua moved again. His figure quickly flew up, waving the wishful steel staff while flying towards another sword cultivator. Ling Yunwu was anxious when he saw this. The sword cultivator was not a disciple of the Ling Feng sword sect and was not particularly familiar with the 7 stars great array. This was one of the few flaws. If Xiao Hua used the wishful steel staff, it was really possible for Xiao Hua to rush out. This guy, could it be that he also knows about arrays? Ling Yunwu was a little surprised. This is really difficult to understand. This guy is obviously a cultivator. In a battle, cultivators do not have many means. On the contrary, other means are endless. Fight. Ling Yunwu felt a burst of cold sword intent rushing into his brain and unconsciously gritted his teeth. Buzz. Ling Yunwu's flying sword emitted a burst of sword sound that shook the space. The sword light of the flying sword converged and a dignified sword intent was emitted. Immediately after, bang bang bang, a series of explosions rang out around Xiao Hua and the others, completely surrounding Xiao Hua and the 7 stars great formation. Even more than that, when Xiao Hua's Buddhist perception swept out, the 9 places surrounded by the brilliance of the loud noise completely covered the entire Jinquan Mountain Spirit Stone vein. I don't know about the other places, but the place where the disciples of Jinquan Mountain rest, isn't it the place where I wanted to go out to check the restriction? Xiao Hua suddenly realized. Needless to say, these 9 places must be the eye of the great formation laid out by Tu Hong. The restriction that Xiao Hua encountered before was also at the edge of the great formation. Unfortunately, I did not break this restriction at that time. Xiao Hua thought very happily, otherwise Senior Tu's formation would have caught nothing, and I would have been trapped by these sword cultivators. Well, now I don't have to worry about it anymore. Just wait for Senior Tu's ruthless hand. Just when Xiaohua was secretly happy, a series of earth-shattering sounds rang out from the ninth eye of the formation. An unparalleled pressure rushed out from the ninth eye of the formation at the same time, enveloping the entire Jingquan Mountain Spirit Stone vein. Although Xiaohua was still far away from the ninth eye of the formation, his Buddhist perception was already suppressed by that kind of pressure. This is extremely pure earth attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Xiaohua's Buddhist perception was very sharp. Furthermore, his Buddhist perception was actually attacked by that enormous amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and had no choice but to retreat. Something's not right. Something's not right. When Xiaohua's Buddhist perception was forced to retreat, he suddenly had a bad feeling. He seemed to have encountered this kind of suffocating Buddhist perception somewhere before. Avalanche. Xiaohua instantly thought of the avalanche that he encountered when he came to Jingquan Mountain Spirit Stone. Although that avalanche was not especially scary to Xiaohua, that earth-shattering snowflakes piled up and smashed down really left a deep impression on him. At this time, this extremely pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly poured in, and it was so unimaginable. Xiaohua hurriedly released his Buddhist perception again, and at this time in his Buddhist perception, no, in his ears he could already hear a burst of huge wind that was like a tsunami on the sea. Spirit howl, a seemingly unfamiliar word was born from his mind, and a kind of extremely terrifying feeling was born from an unknown primordial spirit. Immediately, countless goosebumps rose on Xiaohua's body, and the waving of the wishful steel staff in his hand also slowed down. This spiritual energy of heaven and earth is a bit strange. Xiaohua's Buddhist perception was still not able to explore too far before it was suppressed by the pressure of the spirit howl, but he still used his Buddhist perception to keenly feel that this pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth was different from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that he usually used for cultivation. This was a kind of strong, tyrannical, and extremely aggressive spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Senior Tu, this is... Xiaohua was extremely shocked. Without waiting for him to have any more superfluous thoughts, the tide-like spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into the seven stars' great array, and suddenly submerged Xiaohua, Ling Yunwu, and the others. Not good. Xiaohua was originally ignorant and did not know what Tu Hong was planning. However, when his whole body was submerged in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to have spiritual intelligence, and flocked around his body, madly pouring into his meridians. Only then did he suddenly realize, old man. This old ghost Tu Hong actually has such a scheme. Xiaohua was shocked, and a kind of crisis that he had already experienced in the ink shadow black forest was actually quietly approaching him without him noticing. Run. Facing the surging spirit howl, Xiaohua no longer had any chance of survival. At this moment, perhaps the only way to survive was to escape from the spirit stone mine of Mount Quanjin. But how could he escape? Ling Yunwu and the other sword cultivators were also frightened out of their wits like Xiaohua. The massive amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth also poured into their bodies like a tide, quickly wrapping around their sword origins and then rapidly expanding. Their bodies quickly reached their limits, and could no longer accommodate the sword origins and spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Quick! Use the secret technique to transform into a sword. Ling Yunwu had already transformed into a sword, and seeing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth pouring into his body and accumulating in his sword, his primordial spirit was nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and even felt somewhat strengthened. He was much calmer than the other sword cultivators and immediately called out his sword. Damn your grandmother! Xiaohua was furious and shouted, this young master will give you the sword pouch, and you all will withdraw this great array. We can all escape. As Xiaohua spoke, he did not hesitate to throw out the sword pouch, and even the black silk wood from the heaven of heaven and earth was thrown out with his soul strands. The moment the sword pouch came out of the space, it was immediately filled with spiritual energy of heaven and earth and instantly expanded. The black silk wood was the same, and it emitted a dazzling brilliance, absorbing the strange spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Xiaohua knew the importance of this sword pouch to sword cultivators, and did not dare to let the sword pouch expand, and immediately put it back into the space and shouted, you all release the great array, This young master will immediately return it to you all after leaving the great array. How could Ling Yunwu and the others have the time to dawdle with Xiaohua? They were using their secret technique to transform into swords and resist the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was like a tide. However, their 7 stars great array was becoming more and more powerful, and Xiaohua's entire body and Dharma body were confined by the great array, and he could only barely move within a few chi radius. Husband. Not far away from the 7 stars great array, the heavily injured Yuan had already woken up, and she saw that everyone was transforming into swords, and her primordial spirit was damaged, so how could she use her secret technique? She was panicking, and her body was already filled with the strange spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and she was doing her best to suppress the spiritual energy in her body. Sword friend, quickly release this young master. This young master can save your beloved. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the spiritual storage pouch. Seeing this, Ling Yunwu immediately thought of the situation when Xiaohua took in several thunder-controlling sect disciples, and he had the intention to retreat. Unfortunately, before Ling Yunwu could withdraw the 7 stars great array, another change occurred. Rumble, 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 several loud tremors sounded, and just near Xiaohua and the others, several spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly erupted like the explosion of the Great Flag Reef in the Bodhisattva Sea. Chalcedony, at this time, how could Xiaohua not know where the problem was? These several chalcedony veins turned into pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and they completely disrupted the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, causing the pressure of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to increase by more than several times. Yuan, who was closest to Xiaohua, simply didn't have time to scream, and her body was immediately burst by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then her body was torn apart and her flesh and blood disappeared without a trace. Damn it! Seeing this, Xiaohua's face turned pale and he didn't say another word. The dragon transformation art was once again activated to the limit, and the cultivation method in his meridians was also activated to the limit, and the immortal body bestowment technique was also activated. However, the immortal body bestowment technique only focused on refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the body, and he simply didn't dare to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth outside the body. When the second wave of spiritual energy of heaven and earth arrived, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had already scattered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At this time, Xiaohua also didn't dare to take it back into his body, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth also rushed in, mixing with the netherworld wind. The Dharma body that was originally not filled by the netherworld wind gradually solidified. But the lives of thousands of Tao sect disciples. Lan Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of hesitation. She asked again, General, how will you explain this to the Dusk Sunset Mansion's assembly hall? Hearing this, Tu Hong laughed. He no longer sent a sound transmission to Lan Xian. He pointed a finger and said, Old brother Lan, take a look. Of my MT Chuanjin's tens of thousands of disciples, just how many are left? Besides, you also saw it. Just how many swordsmen invaded my MT Chuanjin's spirit stone mine? Just this father alone exterminated dozens of their illusory swordsmen. What can the Dusk Sunset Mansion's assembly hall blame this father for? They only want to kill sword cultivators, but they don't want to harm the lives of their own cultivators. Even if they lose the lives of their cultivators, they don't want to lose the lives of their own disciples. They only want my Sky Patrol City's disciples to pay with their lives. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Aren't these thousands of disciples of the Tao sect being buried with my MT Chuanjin's tens of thousands of disciples? Aren't these thousands or even tens of thousands of swordsmen dying here? This father only serves my Sky Patrol City's city lord. So what does the assembly hall have to do with me? Cough cough. Tu Hong was a bit agitated. Several mouthfuls of blood seeped out from the corners of his mouth. Lan Xian quickly took out several pills and handed them to Tu Hong, saying, General, please don't be so agitated. Your golden core was damaged when you activated the array formation. If you don't repair it in time, it will affect your pregnancy. Humph, to be able to kill dozens of illusory swordsmen, that is this father's dream. Even if my golden core is damaged, this father is still willing. Tu Hong sneered, but he still took the pills. After Tu Hong took the pills, Lon Exen asked, "General, are you sure that these dozens of illusory swordsmen will all perish?" "Of course." That tide of heaven and earth spiritual energy just now scared this father. This father never thought that this array formation would be so fierce. Tu Hong said with lingering fear, "Even if a nascent soul cultivator enters, as long as he doesn't rush out of the array formation, I fear that his nascent soul will explode." At this time, this father can guarantee that there won't be a single survivor. Just as Tu Hong finished speaking, there was a shrill eagle cry in the distance. This cry was naturally the voice of Ing Chao, the bird cultivator. His cultivation was the highest amongst the bird cultivators, and he had been hiding all this time, struggling bitterly. Now that he saw a Dao sector ray formation appear beside him, how could he endure it? A black shadow rushed towards a bubble not too far away from Tu Hong. With Ing Chao's sharp wings he easily drilled in. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, countless amounts of heaven and earth spiritual energy swarmed in from the hole he had just entered. In a moment the entire array formation burst open. Over 100 Golden Springs Mountain disciples were only able to resist for a moment before their meridians burst open. Their corpses fell to the ground. Only Ing Chao was left standing where the bubble was, slightly stunned. However, in just a few breaths of time, Ing Chao's entire body began to tremble. The bird feathers that he had transformed into began to rapidly tremble, and his body began to slowly expand. With a light ping, a bloody light flashed. Flesh and blood flew everywhere and bird feathers fell everywhere. Ing Chao had also fallen within the array formation. Ing Chao's fall wasn't too far away from Lon Exen. Lon Exen was barely able to see everything that happened. She was horrified and couldn't help but look down at her feet. "Don't look." Tu Hong sneered, "If that bird cultivator attacks our array formation we will also die. As the saying goes, life and death are ruled by fate. Riches and honor are in the hands of the heavens." "Yes, this subordinate understands." Lon Exen nodded. But this matter involved her own life, so she couldn't feel relieved. It was only after the bubble had risen for nearly an hour and neared the edge of the array formation that she was finally able to relax her restless heart. Chapter 2356. All disciples listen to my orders. Tu Hong shouted, "There must be sword cultivator disciples outside the array. If we want to escape there will be a fierce battle. Only by killing all the sword cultivators outside the array can we be considered to have escaped." "Yes, this subordinate understands." All the disciples responded and prepared their magic tools and treasures. When the dozens of bubbles from Tu Hong's group came into contact with the restriction of the Grand Array, which was the edge of the tyrannical formation that Xiaohua had encountered previously, a small passageway immediately appeared at the edge of the bubbles. Tu Hong and the others flew out one after another. On the ground of Gold Spring Mountain, the dozens of sword cultivators and the bird cultivators in the air were also panicking. After all, the activation of the array an hour ago had caused a huge change in the world's spiritual energy, and there were strong fluctuations of spiritual energy coming from the bottom of Gold Spring Mountain. However, in this hour there were only fluctuations of spiritual energy. Moreover, the surrounding world's spiritual energy was sucked in like a hurricane, and there was no other movement. Thus, they were at a loss and could only wait quietly. Seeing thousands of Golden Spring Mountain disciples coming out from the ground, they first rushed down and prepared for battle. However, when Tu Hong and the rest flew up into the air and there were no sword cultivators or beast cultivators chasing after them, they felt that something was amiss. Thus, without thinking, they turned around and fled. Lon Exen sent out enough people to chase after them and she accompanied Tu Hong. Beside her, there were dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators quietly standing in the air, looking down at the messy Gold Spring Mountain. "Look, this is the place where we Gold Spring Mountain disciples live and die. On the ground are the corpses and blood of your brothers. It's not that this old man doesn't want you to snatch their corpses, but it's just that the time hasn't come yet. If it weren't for us sacrificing too much, these sword cultivators and bird cultivators wouldn't have been fooled. In order to kill them all, this old man endured the pain in my heart. This old man's heart is silently bleeding like all of you. However, at this time, you have all seen that this old man's plan has finally succeeded. Although I have lost thousands of Gold Spring Mountain disciples' lives, and thousands of Dao sect disciples' lives. In the end, thousands of sword cultivators and bird cultivators were killed. Among them there were even 20 illusory swordsmen. These are swordsmen that are comparable to late golden core cultivators, and even close to nascent soul cultivators. Their sacrifice was worth it, and their sacrifice had a price. Yes, your subordinates understand. The disciples of Jin Shan Quan replied mournfully. We are here to send off our brothers who died here and the Dao sect disciples who came to reinforce us. As he spoke, Tu Hong took the lead and bowed. The numerous disciples and Lon Exen all had tears in their eyes as they bowed in respect. Even if we leave today, we are still disciples of Golden Spring Mountain. We will definitely return in the future. Tu Hong waved his hand. This Golden Spring Mountain will forever belong to my Golden Spring Mountain. Yes, we will follow the orders of the general. Everyone shouted in unison. Tu Hong flew to midair and scanned the battlefield with his divine sense. He raised his eyebrows and instructed, "Disciples, search the battlefield carefully. If you see any intact corpses, regardless of whether they are disciples of Jin Quan Mountain or Dao sect, bury them properly. If there are any disciples who haven't fallen yet, try your best to save them." Yes. As they spoke, the dozens of disciples flew off in different directions, releasing their divine senses and searching inch by inch. After the time it took to eat a meal, the hundreds of disciples that had chased after the swordsmen and bird cultivators had all returned. Like this, there were even more disciples searching for corpses and survivors. Another half an hour passed before a disciple came to report to him. Reporting to the general, the corpses, those that are intact or those that we were able to piece together, there are a total of 423 corpses. We were able to identify 201 corpses of Jin Quan Mountain disciples, 91 corpses of Dao sect disciples, and 131 corpses that we were unable to identify. As for those that have not fallen yet, there are a total of 42 people. There are 31 disciples of Jin Quan Mountain and 11 disciples of Dao sect. Oh. Tu Hong's eyebrows relaxed and he excitedly said, "That's great. Take care of these surviving disciples and bring them back to Sky Patrol City. They are all meritorious service in this battle." Yes, this disciple understands. The disciple left. Tu Hong's lips curled into a smile. He looked at Lon Exen and said, "This old man never thought that there would be 11 Dao sect disciples that survived. This is truly this old man's good fortune." Lon Exen shook her head. "General, this old man is not good at war, but when it comes to guessing people's hearts, this old man is much better than you." In this old man's opinion, no. Tu Hong waved his hand and smiled. These surviving disciples are all meritorious service in this battle. Since they are still alive, that is the will of the heavens. This old man cannot kill them. Moreover, truth and falsehood, falsehood and falsehood. If no one attacked this old man in the discussion hall, then those old fogies in the discussion hall might think of ways to deal with this old man. Also, if this old man killed these disciples, it was inevitable that news would leak out. At that time, wouldn't this old man be asking for trouble? Yes, the general's thoughts are meticulous. This old man cannot compare. Lon Exen thought for a moment and understood. Then she pointed to the ground and whispered, "This old man used his divine sense to sweep the area. This great array formation's heaven and earth's spiritual energy is like a tide. My divine sense cannot penetrate it. I wonder how far the general can see." As far as you can see, this old man can see." Tu Hong's eyes shined with pride. Even if a nascent soul cultivator or swordsman were to come, they still wouldn't be able to see as far as you and I can see. Hiss. Lon Exen sucked in a breath of cold air. She asked, "Then this great array formation, how do we deal with it?" "Deal with it?" Tu Hong glanced at Lon Exen. "If you were to deal with it, what would you do?" Lon Exen thought for a moment and then shook her head. "This old man has no method. If I were to forcefully use a magic tool to break through the edges of the Great Array Formation, then the heaven and earth spiritual energy within the Great Array Formation would violently explode outwards. This old man would not be able to protect himself." Tu Hong said with a sound transmission, "I won't hide it from old brother Lon, but I don't dare to casually deal with this array formation. And even the Lord City Lord may not dare to touch it." Lon Exon didn't seem surprised as she heard this. She nodded and said, "How many top-grade spirit stone pillars, how many jade quintessences, all of it has turned into pure heaven and earth spiritual energy that has gathered in this several miles of space? Who would dare to touch it? The slightest bit of carelessness could lead to death. Moreover, the edges of this great array formation are abnormally stable. Even if a sword cultivator or a bird cultivator were to try and break through it, they wouldn't be able to do anything without the strength of a nascent soul. This place. I'm afraid that before the heaven and earth spiritual energy slowly dissipates, no one will touch it." That's right. Even if one covets the magic tools and magic tools inside, they still have to be famous. Tu Hong sighed. That's right. Lon Exon suddenly realized. The storage bags and magic tools of tens of thousands of cultivators and sword cultivators. Who wouldn't covet them? I'm afraid that the storage bags won't be preserved. Those low-level magic tools won't be able to do anything either. Tu Hong laughed. Perhaps only high-level magic tools and magic tools will be preserved. We still have to hurry and report this to the Lord City Lord. This is also a great merit. Lon Exon nodded vigorously. However, Lon Exon hesitated again. She asked, "Do we have to stay here, on guard?" "Guard my ass." Tu Hong sneered. "My Golden Spring Mountains matters have already been completed. The rest will naturally be taken care of by the other disciples. Besides, there are still disciples of the Tao sect in Sky Patrol City. It's impossible for them to let us continue to guard these treasures." Yes, this subordinate understands. Lon Exon looked up at the Golden Spring Mountain disciples who had already packed up. She waved her hand and said, "Disciples, let us return to Sky Patrol City." Yes. The Golden Spring Mountain disciples replied in unison. Everyone flew up into the air and flew towards Sky Patrol City. Inside the formation that Tu Hong had described as a lifeless place, right below the formation, where the waves of spirit howls had swept across, 12 dazzling flying swords had formed into 7 balls of light. These 7 balls of light were emitting a murderous sword intent, and a powerful force was strangely intertwined with each other, firmly confining a space of several hundred feet around them. The spirit howl swept through this space of several dozen feet, but it didn't dare to fly. It was blocked by the sword intent and force, so it easily penetrated. And the imprisoning force didn't weaken in the slightest because of the spirit howl's attack. Needless to say, this was the 7-star great array laid down by the 12 illusory swordsmen of the High Wind Sword sect. However, the spirit howl from several hours ago had been too violent. Even the illusory swordsmen were unable to resist it. They had no choice but to listen to Ling Yunwu's advice and temporarily use their secret technique to become one with the sword, entering the sword transformation realm in order to escape the spirit howl's destruction. However, the spirit howl seemed to be endless. After they entered the sword transformation realm, they couldn't escape from it. So, in order to have a chance of survival in the future, they had no choice but to fuse their primordial spirits with the flying swords and use their bodies to feed the swords, becoming sword spirits. Of course, they hated Xiaohua to the bone. Even when they died, they still kept the 7-star great array intact. They wanted to firmly imprison Xiaohua in this great array formation and allow the spirit howl to kill him. However, even when their consciousness was completely controlled by the flying swords and turned into flying swords, they still didn't see Xiaohua's meridians burst open or his mortal body burst apart. This was something that they couldn't understand even when they died. Yes, they didn't know that when Xiaohua was attacked by the spirit howl for the second time, his meridians were already unable to withstand such a huge amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth. He was completely disheartened and almost gave up. However, at this critical moment, Xiaohua's gaze fell on the phoenix celestial body that had just been released from its shackles. His thoughts turned rapidly, and he thought of the cultivation method of the phoenix celestial body that he had obtained in the ink cloud black forest. Immediately, Xiaohua let the phoenix celestial body descend and protect his body. Fortunately, the phoenix celestial body actually formed a barrier to resist the spirit howl, slightly blocking the wave-like spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth that rushed into Xiaohua's body decreased slightly. However, this still wasn't enough. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth that rushed in still exceeded the limit that Xiaohua's meridians could withstand. Xiaohua had no choice but to harden his heart. while desperately urging the dragon transformation art and the celestial body enhancement technique. He endured the pain of splitting a trace of his primordial spirit and sending it into the phoenix celestial body. According to the cultivation method of the phoenix celestial body that he had previously comprehended, he began to cultivate the celestial body. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for recommendation or monthly votes. Chapter 2357. It was also a coincidence that when Xiaohua was comprehending this secret method in Sky Patrol City, he couldn't cultivate it because there was no spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushing into his embodiment. Now that he was in danger, the overwhelming spiritual howls became the best opportunity for Xiaohua to cultivate his phoenix embodiment. Because of the cultivation of Xiaohua's phoenix embodiment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushing into the 7 stars array was absorbed into his body. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth combined with the wind of hell and ink sand to form hundreds of millions of rotating vortexes. These vortexes were driven by the secret method and rotated according to an extremely mysterious trajectory in the array. The mysterious trajectory seemed to be the trajectory of the planets Xiaohua saw in the secret realm of Sunset Island, but it also didn't seem to be the same. Although this kind of rotation couldn't isolate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from impacting Xiaohua's body, it could still consume a lot of it. In this way, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushing into Xiaohua's body could only be barely suppressed within the limit of what he could bear, and Xiaohua could still survive in the spiritual howls. At this moment, within the confined space of several tens of feet, a phoenix celestial body the size of Xiaohua's ping wrapped its 2 wings tightly. The head and tail of the phoenix celestial body were also tightly hooked. Below this phoenix celestial body was Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged. The waves of spiritual howls were like the wind and waves of the sea. When they hit the phoenix embodiment, they weakened a little. When they hit Xiaohua's body, it immediately caused a burst of brilliance to flash around Xiaohua's body. His whole body seemed to expand a little, but after a moment, as the brilliance was annihilated, his body gradually shrank and returned to its original state. In Xiaohua's space, Cui Hongshan and the other 5, who were kept in the spirit storage bag, had been released from the spirit storage bag by Xiaohua. They were lying there calmly. Xiaohua didn't dare to keep them in the spirit storage bag. If they were really suffocated to death, it would be the biggest joke in the world. Although Cui Hongshan and the other 5 were lying there, the spiritual light of reverse light shone on their bodies. Even the fluctuations of the heavenly starry sky slowly passed through their bodies. Fine. All kinds of things had been arranged properly. Xiaohua was also under the protection of the embodiment. Even if he stabilized, he still didn't have the ability to break free from the 7 stars array for the time being, so he could only go with the flow. Falling into such a dangerous situation is a blessing in disguise. This young master's wish of meditation has been fulfilled. I'll wait until I can break through this 7 stars great array before I break out. Alas, Tu Hong's plan to kill so many sword cultivators and so many path sect cultivators must have caused a stir in Sky Patrol City. In a few days, someone from Sky Patrol City will break the formation that generates the spirit howl. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Tu Hong, I swear I won't let you off. This young master has never seen you before and you actually want to kill this young master. If I don't cut off your head, my surname isn't Xiao. Unfortunately, is Xiaohua really surnamed Xiao? Moreover, Xiaohua had originally thought that he would be able to break out of the seal in a few days or even a few dozen days, but he had waited all this time, for as long as 5 years. It was a rare sunny day in Sky Patrol City. A round sun that was emitting a faint white halo hung in midair, like a huge Minghua stone that shone the few rays of light in Sky Patrol City. The snow in Sky Patrol City did not melt at all because of the sunny day. Without Xiaohua and the other board people trampling on the snow was flat and tight. One by one, cultivators with faces of panic, joy, luck, jealousy, and other all kinds of expressions flew over the snow one after another. The clear sunlight cast their shadows on the snow, but it didn't leave any traces on the snow. In the center of Sky Patrol City, there was a huge bluestone building like Yanxi Mansion, but this building far surpassed Yanxi Mansion in terms of grandeur and scale. Moreover, this building was surrounded by spacious bluestone avenues. There was no snow on these avenues, and even to the extreme, There was not a single speck of dust. This was naturally the City Lord Mansion where the City Lord of Sky Patrol City, Shueyu Master, lived. The City Lord Mansion had always been secluded. Whether it was the huge mansion door or the avenues around the City Lord Mansion, there was usually no one. No cultivator would come here to disturb the meditation of a nascent soul cultivator. Even after the sword battle began, all the cultivators' eyes fell on the Yenshi Mansion. No one would look at the City Lord Mansion because they knew that it was not yet time for Shueyu Enlightened Master to appear. However, it was different in recent days. Many guards of Sky Patrol City went in and out of the City Lord Mansion. There were even many late-stage Foundation establishment and even Golden Core cultivators coming in and out. Their faces were dignified. Inside the City Lord Mansion, in an extremely splendidly decorated palace, a futon was floating in the air. On it was a young cultivator in a Taoist robe holding a horsetail whisk in his hand. His face was expressionless. This young cultivator's eyes were slightly narrowed. He looked extremely handsome with white teeth and red lips. However, his 2 white eyebrows were so eye-catching, slender and long. This nascent soul cultivator was none other than the City Lord of Sky Patrol City, Shueyu Master. In front of the praying mat stood 2 gold core stage cultivators. Behind the gold core stage cultivators were a dozen Foundation establishment late stage cultivators. They held their breaths and stood respectfully, not daring to make the slightest sound. At this time a clear voice rang out in the palace. It was the golden core cultivator standing on the left. Reporting to the City Lord, the battle for the Spirit Stone Veins has more or less concluded. At this point the golden core cultivator stole a glance at Shueyu Master. Seeing that there was no reaction, he looked at the golden core cultivator next to him and coughed. My Sky Patrol City has 3 large Spirit Stone Veins and 4 small Spirit Stone Veins on the Shueyu Plateau. In order to cooperate with the plan of the Tao sect cultivators, this subordinate followed the City Lord's instructions and informed the Yenshi Mansion of the locations of 1 large Spirit Stone Vein and 2 small Spirit Stone Veins. Now, we have received accurate information that the 7 Extremes mountain range and flowing ice valley have completely fallen into the hands of the sword cultivators. There is still no news from Jinshan Quan. Shueyu Master raised his head slightly and responded non-committally. What about the Tao sect's Spirit Stone Veins? From what I know of the 7 Spirit Stone Veins in the state of Shi and the 4 Spirit Stone Veins in the state of Lian, the Tao sect still has the 4 Spirit Stone Veins in the state of Shi and the 3 Spirit Stone Veins in the state of Lian. The rest have been taken by sword cultivators. The Golden Core cultivator said angrily, I have something to say. Jin King, is this what you said before the battle? Shueyu Master said with a smile. That's right, City Lord. Jin King said. Isn't the result of this battle the same as what this subordinate said that day? No matter how many Spirit Stone Veins my Sky Patrol City offers, they will all be taken away by the sword cultivators. There will not be any Spirit Stone Veins left in the hands of my Sky Patrol City. Looking at the Spirit Stone Veins of the Tao sect, most of them are still in their hands. The disciples they sent to my Sky Patrol City's Spirit Stone Veins are all Chi refinement disciples. How can they hold on to them? Chapter 2358. Besides, this kind of low-level trick to test the waters can only be thought of by these closed-door cultivators. If it were any of the cultivators in the Sky Patrol City, they would never do such a stupid thing. Jin King said with a hint of dissatisfaction. In that case, doesn't Sky Patrol City have a seat in Yenshi Mansion's meeting hall? I asked you to go, why don't you go? Shueyu Master said with a smile. I'm not going. Jin King proudly said. This subordinate would rather accompany the City Lord than be a decoration for them. Senior brother Jin is right. The Golden Core cultivator at the side also rolled his eyes and said with a smile, these Tao sect cultivators are too full of themselves. They think that only the disciples of their cultivation sects have a gully in their hearts. We are all just wild foxes. Even if senior apprentice brother Jin went, it would be difficult for him to do anything alone. So it's better not to go. Junior brother Fong really knows me. Jin King hurriedly nodded and said, it's the strategy of testing the waters. When I told the location of the spiritual vein that day, I repeatedly mentioned it to the Taiching sect's Dasun who was on duty that day. That old thing simply laughed and pretended not to understand. That's right. The golden core cultivator with the surname Fong said. Ling Biao, you seem to have something to say? Shuiyu Master looked at the golden core cultivator and asked curiously. No, I have nothing to say. The golden core cultivator was called Fong Ling Biao. He smiled apologetically. I just feel that these Dao sect cultivators think too much of themselves as the masters of Sky Patrol City. Shuiyu Master still responded in a low voice and did not comment. Jean King glanced at Fong Ling Biao and reported to Shuiyu Master. City Lord, I feel that the sword cultivator's attack on Sky Patrol City is a little strange. How strange? Shuiyu Master asked faintly. In the beginning, this subordinate thought that this battle was the same as the previous one. It was just a sword cultivator who wanted to gain some benefits from the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. They wanted to get some materials for refining weapons, top-grade spirit stones or pills and the like. However, a few aristocratic families were in trouble. They even planned to attack and occupy those spirit stone veins. And then look at the current battle situation. The sword cultivator's goal doesn't seem to be the spirit stone veins. If the Dao sect cultivators did not take the initiative to defend the spirit stone veins, they might not have thought of the spirit stone veins. We should be able to find out from the disciples they sent into the battle of the spirit stone mines. So I don't understand the purpose of the sword cultivators. Don't think too much if you don't know the truth. There is only one truth to everything. All guesses are just guesses until the truth is revealed. Shuiyu Sage said with a smile. But, our Sky Patrol City's disciples. Jean King's is lost. That's a loss. Does your heart ache? Sage Shuiyu smiled. Yes, these disciples were all killed under this subordinate's command. This subordinate can't bear it. Jean King nodded his head. You're too soft-hearted. You won't be able to achieve anything great. Shuiyu's spiritual master pointed with his hand and smiled. City Lord, please teach me. Jean King bowed and said. Perhaps the onlooker sees more clearly. Lingbi tell Jean King. The Snow Region sage did not explain. Fong Leibai bowed and said, your subordinate understands. Then he explained to Jean King, in my opinion, since the flames of war are in the Snow Highlands, the Sky Patrol City will bear the brunt of it. The Dao sect cultivators are not in the Sky Patrol City, but the sword cultivators came to attack the Sky Patrol City. Senior Brother Jean, what do you think of the damage to the Sky Patrol City? Well, Senior Brother Jean, you don't have to answer my question first. Think about it again. If our Sky Patrol City didn't suffer so much damage, wouldn't our Sky Patrol City be stronger than the other cities? How could the other Dao sects be at ease? In addition, it's only the first stage of the sword battle and our Sky Patrol City has suffered heavy losses, far more than the other sections. In the second stage, when the late stage of Foundation Establishment and Golden Core cultivators fight as the main force, would the nascent soul cultivators sitting in the meeting hall of the Yanxi Mansion have the nerve to ask the City Lord to send more disciples? Jean Kang was a little enlightened and nodded. Your subordinate really didn't think so much. Today's little sacrifice could prevent even more losses tomorrow. In fact, most of the disciples who died were Qi refinement disciples and early-stage Foundation Establishment disciples. There are very few above the middle stage of Foundation Establishment. It's not that Senior Brother Jean didn't think so much. Senior Brother Jean is in the middle of the situation. Fong Lingbai laughed. Those disciples are all fresh lives. One by one they left us. How can Senior Brother Jean not feel guilty? Besides, those spirit stone veins are in the territory of Shi. How long can the sword cultivators occupy them? Let them dig with all their might. They can't take much away. Fong Lingbai added a few more words. Oh, is there any news from Jinshan Quan? Hearing Fong Lingbai's words, the Snow Region sage seemed to have thought of something and raised his eyes to ask. Reporting to the governor. Jean King hurriedly said, there is no news from Junior Brother 2 for now. However, according to what I know, Junior Brother 2 sent a disciple from Jinshan Quan and 3 female disciples from the Imperial Thunder Sect to escort some things back to his residence 10 days ago. Jean King was a little puzzled because he had just said that there was no news from Jinshan Quan. He didn't know why the Snow Region sage was asking about it again. Hee, no news. I'm afraid there is good news. The Snow Region sage flicked his sleeves and said, go and take a look. What does the governor mean? Jean King was stunned. Do you want this old man to participate in the matters of you little dolls? The Snow Region sage laughed loudly. This old man only needs to listen to your complaints. There is no need to say anything more. Yes, your subordinate understands. Jean King hurriedly cupped his hands. Speak of Tu Hong and Tu Hong will be here. Go and welcome him. The Snow Region sage raised his white eyebrows as if he had seen something and said, perhaps Tu Hong will bring you good news. Junior brother Tu has returned to the Sky Patrol City? Jean King was shocked. That means, the spiritual stone mine in Jinshanquan has been taken by a sword cultivator? The Snow Region sage did not say anything, but Fong Langbai pulled Jean King's robe. Jean King hesitated for a moment before following Fong Langbai out of the main hall. Junior brother Fong. Once out of the main hall, Jean King transmitted his voice. Why didn't you let me finish? Fong Langbai smiled bitterly. Without turning his head, he transmitted his voice back. Senior brother Jean. Jinquan Mountain is a huge spirit stone mine in our Sky Patrol City. Both you and I are unaware of the situation inside. Junior brother Tu Hong reported to the city lord alone. Didn't you see that the city lord had already asked about Jinquan Mountain twice? There must be something fishy about it. Since junior brother Tu Hong is back, you don't care if he lost the Jinshanquan spiritual stone mine or not. You just need to welcome him in and wait for him to explain everything. Won't you know everything then? Sigh, alright, it's all because I was too stubborn. Jean King also smiled bitterly. It's okay for me to do some chores in the city. As for other things, it's impossible. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. It's even more difficult for me to handle these trivial matters. Fong Langbai replied with a smile. Not long after, Fong Langbai and Jean King brought Tu Hong into the main hall. Subordinate Tu Hong greets the governor. When Tu Hong saw the main hall, he hurriedly took a few steps forward and bowed. Tu Hong, you've worked hard. The Snow Region sage flicked his sleeves and said, you don't have to rush back. You just need to send a disciple to send the message. When your senior brother Jean receives the message, he will definitely send a disciple to receive you. Sword cultivators have invaded the country of Shi. There must be a lot of things happening in the Sky Patrol City. I dare not distract senior brother Jean Keng because of Quan Jin Shan, and I dare not let the city lord worry. Therefore I hurriedly rushed back to the city lord to ask for forgiveness. The Jinshan Quan's spiritual stone mine was lost in the end. The Snow Region sage said faintly. Yes, it's all because of my incompetence. I lost the spiritual stone mine. Tu Hong bowed and said, Hehe, are you guilty of anything? Jinshan Quan's spiritual stone mine was already emptied. The Snow Region sage laughed. Jean King and Fong Leibai were stunned. They looked at each other and suddenly realized that there must be something wrong. Sure enough, Tu Hong shook his head and said, even if the spiritual stone mine was emptied, it is still the foundation of my Sky Patrol City. It is also the foundation of my Jinshan Quan's spiritual stone mine. I lost the face of my Sky Patrol City by abandoning it. Hehe, Jinshan Quan's spiritual stone mine is gone, but there are other places. The Snow Region sage waved his hand and said, you are a disciple of Jinshan Quan's spiritual stone mine. I will not forget about it. You can rest assured. Yes, I understand. Tu Hong nodded. No matter where I am, I will always be a disciple of Sky Patrol City. You've worked hard. I know about Jinshan Quan's spiritual stone mine. You should report the results to Jean King and go back to rest. If you have nothing to do, you can go to Yenshi residence in a few days. Your senior brother Jean does not like to go, it's better for you to stay there. The Snow Region sage seemed to know about Jinshan Quan's spiritual stone mine like the back of his hand. He did not wait for Tu Hong to report and said with a smile. Yes, I thank the city master for not pursuing my crimes. Tu Hong quickly bowed and said, however, I still want to report the results to the city master personally. Hehe, alright, tell me. The Snow Region sage laughed. You are good at setting up formations. You should have gained a lot from this battle. If you really exceed my expectations, I will not treat you unfairly. Tu Hong's expression did not change. He bowed and said, I do have something that I would like the city master to make a decision on. However, I would like to ask the city master to listen to me first. The Snow Region sage was stunned and asked curiously, could it be that the formation you set up is useless? Chapter 2359. That's not it. Tu Hong shook his head. The effect of the array was surprisingly good. Then why? Shuiyu Sage's face turned cold. Reporting to City Lord, this time, only 2,237 disciples of my Golden Spring Mountain survived. Tu Hong said calmly. What? Without waiting for Taoist Master Shuiyu to reveal a surprised expression, Jean King immediately jumped up and shouted. According to what I know, your Golden Spring Mountain has over 31,000 disciples. Yet, Shuiyu Sage's face turned cold as he asked, what about the Dao sect's reinforcements? The Dao sect sent 5,608 people, but only 11 disciples survived. Tu Hong's tone remained calm. What? This time even the nascent soul cultivator, Master Shuiyu, was unable to maintain his calm. He stood up from the praying mat and flew in front of Tu Hong with a single step. Say that again. Only 11 Dao sect disciples survived and all of them were seriously injured. Tu Hong looked up and stared at Shuiyu Sage without fear. Tu Hong, you're too bold. Sage Shui's face was ashen. I allowed you to set up that vicious formation in the Golden Spring Mountain Spirit Stone Mine, but I didn't allow you to bury all of my Sky Patrol City's disciples, nor did I allow you to bury all of the Dao sect's disciples who went to reinforce them. So many Sky Patrol City's disciples, so many Dao sect disciples. How can I explain this to the sect leaders of the Three Kingdoms? I'm afraid I can't protect you. When this subordinate set up this plan, he had already disregarded life and death. Tu Hong was not afraid at all. He bowed and said, for Sky Patrol City, for the sake of killing sword cultivators, I'm willing to give up my head. I don't need the governor to make any promises for me. I'll explain everything to the governor, and then I'll go to the Yanxi mansion to receive my punishment. What's the result of the battle? Shuiyu Sage asked coldly. With so many Jinquan Mountain disciples dead, I don't have the face to talk about the result of the battle. Tu Hong looked up at Shuiyu Sage and said sincerely, Governor, please listen to my analysis of the battle at Jinquan Mountain. Right, go ahead. Sage Shuiyu looked deeply at Tu Hong and the anger on his face disappeared. He slowly flew back to the praying mat and sat down. Yes. Tu Hong bowed respectfully. He slowly explained the order he had received from the Sky Patrol City to cooperate with the Dao sect cultivators. He explained how he had lured all the sword cultivators and beast cultivators who were attacking Mount Quanjin into the Great Formation of Mount Quanjin, and how he had borrowed the power of the Great Formation to escape from the spirit howl of Mount Quanjin. Finally, Tu Hong said earnestly, I'll let the city lord know that when I saw so many Jinquan Mountain disciples and Dao sect cultivators perishing, my heart felt as though it was being sliced by a knife. These were all warriors who had defeated sword cultivators. I can't wait to protect all of them. However, they are entangled with the sword cultivator and I am powerless to separate them. Furthermore, there is a limit to the number of people that the formation can protect and I am powerless to do so. I also gave them some yellow talismans that allowed them to enter the sanctuary, but they only focused on killing the enemy and did not activate the yellow talismans at all. When I saw them die, I really wanted to die with them. However, I still had to escape with these 2,000 people, and I also had to report the whole story of Mount Quanjin to the city lord. I also had to report the righteous deed of the Dao sect cultivators to the Yanxi Prefecture's conference hall. That's why I suppressed my grief and returned to the Sky Patrol City. Don't tell this to me, just keep it for the Yanxi Prefecture. Shuiyu Master flicked his sleeves and said, You sacrificed so many disciples, how many sword cultivators did you kill? I'll let the city lord know. I roughly estimated that there should be more than 40,000 people. Tu Hong said softly. There are so many. Shuiyu Master raised his white eyebrows and looked at Tu Hong from head to toe. He asked in disbelief. Tu Hong nodded, yes, I was also surprised at that time. I don't know why the sword cultivators valued my Mount Quanjin so much. That's why I made a sudden decision. You should have reported this to me first. Shuiyu Master's voice softened. Since you can send disciples back to the Sky Patrol City, Why didn't you report it? If I don't take responsibility for this, how can I be worthy of the city lord's cultivation? Tu Hong puffed out his chest and said, and if the city lord knows about this, then the city lord won't. Oh, I know. Shuiyu master flicked his sleeves and said, take the image of the array to Jean King and go back to rest. Yes, I know. Tu Hong clapped his hands and took out the triangular magic weapon from his storage bag and handed it to Jean King. Then he respectfully bowed and slowly retreated. When Tu Hong left the main hall, Jean King was still holding the magic weapon in his hand and was slightly dazed. Fong Lung looked at Jean King and then looked at Shuiyu master, who closed his eyes and said with a sigh, Junior brother Tu is really a great talent. What great talent? Jean King snapped out of his daze and said sternly, he's simply a butcher. Just like his name. That's 20,000 disciples of my Sky Patrol city. He actually said that they were dead and they were dead. And he sent them to their deaths with his own hands. Senior brother Jean, don't forget that Tu Hong also killed 40,000 sword cultivators. This kind of military service has never been seen since the beginning of the war. Fong Lung laughed at the side. Jean King sneered, if I can disregard the lives of 30,000 cultivators, I can definitely kill 40,000 sword cultivators. Can you do it? Fong Lung laughed. I don't think I can. My surname is not Tu, of course I can't. Jean King was still angry and was very disgusted by Tu Hong's actions. After all, that was the lives of tens of thousands of people. Shuiyu master did not speak. Although his face had calmed down, there was still some anger in his eyes. It was obvious that he had some complaints about Tu Hong's extravagant spending. However, Tu Hong also made it clear that he did not report the news to Shuiyu master beforehand because he wanted to bear the consequences alone. Shuiyu master wanted to scold Tu Hong, but he could not say it out loud. Show us the image of Jinquan Mountain. Shuiyu master looked at the angry Jean King and Fong Lung and said calmly. Jean King didn't dare to be negligent. After responding with a yes, he channeled his spiritual power, and the magic treasure of Mitsubishi flew into the air again. After the yellow light flashed, a light curtain sprinkled on the main hall. On the light curtain of 10 feet in size, the snow-covered Quanjin mountain forest appeared. Then, the light screen began to show the sword cultivator's attack and the blood disaster beast in the distance gradually approaching. The entire battle was shown in full detail. Chapter 2360. Needless to say, although Jean Kang and Fong Langbai were also golden core cultivators, they had never commanded tens of thousands of people to fight. Unconsciously, they were affected by the intensity and blood on the battlefield. They clenched their fists and felt their blood boiling. When they saw the corpses of the cultivators being eaten by the blood calamity beast, Tu Hong did not organize the Spring Gold Mountain disciples to rush out. Although everyone in the hall knew that it was not appropriate to take such measures, they could not help but show anger on their faces. Even the Foundation establishment disciples could not help but whisper. Sage Shuiyu's white brows could not help but frown. This video had to be given to the Yanxi prefecture. How could the golden core cultivators of the Dao sect see this tragedy? Sage Shuiyu really wanted to cover something for Tu Hong. He really valued Tu Hong's talent. But looking at this video, how could he cover it up? However, if Sage Shuiyu was confused, Tu Hong couldn't have kept this video until now, right? Could it be that he changed his personality? Isn't this Yuan Qing from the Skyscraper Sword Sect? Seeing Yuan Qing, Jean King and the others naturally recognized him. Fong Lingbai's eyes turned slightly and he said anxiously, why didn't junior brother Tu mention this sword cultivator? If he can kill this guy, he can recover some losses. There's also a beast cultivator? This beast cultivator seems to be Ying Chao from the Valley of Owls? Jean King was stunned. Not only, Fong Lingbai's eyes were sharp. He saw several sword cultivators and beast cultivators and he said anxiously, there are also several unknown illusory swordsmen and several high-level beast cultivators. Behind them, the Foundation establishment cultivators were in an uproar. The discussion became louder. Junior brother Tu sigh, it's really too difficult for junior brother Tu. Fong Lingbai stole a glance at the calm Sage Shuiyu and sighed, if there were only one or two illusory swordsmen, it would be fine. But now there are several of them, plus the beast cultivators, the blood calamity beast, and the spirit swallowing bugs. He can kill tens of thousands of sword cultivators. It's definitely a great achievement. Under such circumstances, the Spring Gold Mountain disciples and the Dao sect disciples can't escape. And Jean King also nodded. Just now, I wrongly blamed junior brother too. With so many sword cultivators attacking together, there would not be many left even if they could escape, let alone kill tens of thousands of sword cultivators. But Jean King looked at Sage Xueyu and asked doubtfully, these illusory swordsmen, have they all escaped? True Master Xueyu did not say anything and only looked at the screen. 16 illusory swordsmen. When Tu Hong left Jingquan Mountain to face Yuan Qing, Ling Yunwu and the other swordsmen appeared on the screen, causing Jean King to be even more shocked. Which sword faction is this disciple from? Sage Xueyu asked. City Lord, please wait a moment. Jean King hurriedly clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. He immersed his divine sense into it for a moment and asked curiously, reporting to City Lord, this seems to be Ling Yunwu of the High Wind Sword Sect. According to the information we received, they should be near the Spirit Stone Vein of the Lian country. How did they come to the Golden Spring Mountain? Sage Xueyu only frowned slightly and did not say anything. Jean Kang and Fong Langbai did not dare to ask more and continued to look at the screen with doubts. In the end, Yuan Qing and the other swordsmen, Battle Sword, Li Min and the other beast cultivators as well as the ordinary swordsmen, chased the group of sword cultivators underground. Ling Yunwu and the other illusory swordsmen also rushed into the Golden Spring Mountain vein without hesitation, completely ignoring the other swordsmen and cultivators. Jean Kang and Fong Leibai looked at each other in confusion. However, the screen did not show the whereabouts of Ling Yunwu and the others. It only showed the bitter battle in the Golden Spring Mountain vein. Just as everyone was nervously watching, a yellow light appeared from the corner of the light screen and quickly covered everyone's line of sight. In just a few breaths of time, the entire light screen turned yellow and nothing else could be seen. Those dozens of illusory swordsmen, have they been killed? Jean King asked anxiously. Go and call Tu Hong back. Sage Xueyu sneered. He hasn't returned to his mansion yet. Yes. Jean King turned around and said, this subordinate will go personally. This guy, he's actually still hiding something. City Lord, this subordinate will also go. Fong Langbai bowed and said, if Tu Hong killed those illusory swordsmen, it would be a great merit. As for the tens of thousands of Taoist sect cultivators, it would definitely be justifiable. Of course. Their Dao sect's cultivators put out a bounty just for Avoid Heaven Sword School's Qingjian. What can they say when our Sky Patrol City's disciples killed more than a dozen Qingjians? Jean King echoed. Go. Sage Xueyu narrowed his eyes. Although there was no expression on his face, his words revealed his meaning. Yes, killing 20 illusory swordsmen would definitely be a great merit in the Sword Dao War. The lives of tens of thousands of cultivators were nothing compared to that. In the time it took to eat half a meal, Tu Hong followed Jean King and Fong Langbai back to the main hall. Tu Hong didn't look proud, but Sage Xueyu was slightly angry. When he saw Tu Hong, he didn't wait for him to speak and coldly said, Tu Hong, how dare you? Plop. Tu Hong immediately knelt down and begged with his head, City Lord, Your Excellency. This subordinate isn't trying to hide anything, nor is this subordinate trying to take credit. It's just that this subordinate is nervous. When this subordinate made up his mind to kill all the sword cultivators, this subordinate will definitely not accept this merit. This subordinate must take responsibility. City Lord. Jean Kang and Fong Langbai bowed and said, the two of us are pleading for Tu Hong. Just now, this subordinate was too impatient and didn't wait for Tu Hong to finish speaking before condemning him. There is a reason why he didn't dare to tell us the result of the battle. You wait, Sage Xueyu waved his hand and said, this old man is not a muddle-headed person. How can I not know the pros and cons? Since there is merit, there should be a reward. If there is a fault, there should be a punishment. This old man is asking Tu Hong in front of this old man. What kind of trick is he playing? Yes. When Tu Hong heard this, large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His face was ashen and he kowtowed again. This subordinate deserves to die. This subordinate deserves to die. This subordinate did have a trace of a plan to present the result of the battle to the city lord after you are angry, so that the city lord can forgive this subordinate's sin of using the Dao Sex cultivators as bait without permission. Sage Xueyu snorted coldly. It wasn't clear if he heard it or not. In the main hall, only the sound of Tu Hong kowtowing could be heard. After a while, Sage Xueyu said faintly, "You brought Quan Jinshan's subordinates back to Sky Patrol City and didn't leave anyone to guard Quan Jinshan. When you came to this old man, you didn't even mention the great array of Quan Jinshan. Are you sure that the great array cannot be broken by sword cultivators?" When Tu Hong heard this, he stopped kowtowing. However, he still didn't dare to raise his head. He said softly, "The edge of the great array is now stable and has merged with the spiritual howl. If one doesn't have the strength of a nascent soul, one can't break it by force. If someone tries to break it by force, the spiritual howl will rush out and it will be more powerful than a dozen magic treasures exploding. Even if a nascent soul can teleport, I'm afraid they will also be affected by the spiritual howl. What if a formation master breaks the array from afar?" Reporting to the city lord, "The spiritual howl is like a tide in the great array. This spiritual howl is caused by the 9 formation eyes. In each formation eye, there are 81 huge spirit stone crystal pillars and 5 extremely hard jade essences in the depths of Quan Jinshan's spirit stone mine. All spiritual senses can't be used. Even if someone tries to break the array, they can only do it from nearby and not from afar." Tu Hong replied calmly. Sage Xueyu nodded in satisfaction. After thinking for a while, he asked, "What's the matter with the 16 Lingfeng sword sect swordsmen?" When Tu Hong heard this, his face was filled with doubt. He raised his head and said, "I don't know either. I only realized that there were 16 illusory swordsmen after I left the Great Array. It was because of them that I made this decision." When the 16 swordsmen entered the Great Array, they immediately rushed towards the jade essences in Quan Jinshan. They probably wanted to snatch those jade essences, right? Tu Hong thought for a while and said hesitantly, "That's because I have to observe the situation of the swordsmen attacking the Great Array. I can't look at them. They won't be able to escape. I can assure you of that." Tu Hong still didn't have a trace of arrogance. He nodded and said, "Even that beast cultivator Ing Chao died when I left. There won't be anyone left alive in the Great Array." Inside the Great Array are the remains of tens of thousands of cultivators and swordsmen, as well as magic treasures and other things. You have to be careful. Sage Xueyu nodded. "When will the Great Array calm down?" Tu Hong became even more hesitant. After pondering for a moment, he said, "The power of this array is beyond this subordinate's expectations. This subordinate originally thought that it would be able to recover in 3 years, but from the looks of it, it will not stop until 10 years have passed. 10 years later, those illusory swordsmen and nascent soul cultivators will come out. We'll talk about it then." Sage Xueyu nodded and said, "At this time, it's still your golden core cultivators hunting. This old man won't interfere." "City Lord," Jean Keng said anxiously, "if you don't come out, how can we explain it to the Yanxi Manor? Those are the lives of tens of thousands of cultivators." "Haha, this old man already said that this is your business and Tu Hong's business. What does it have to do with me?" Sage Xueyu flicked his sleeves and his figure gradually faded away as if he was about to disappear. Tu Hong's face was filled with joy. He kowtowed and said, "This subordinate thanks the city lord. This old man knows you have a gully in your heart, but don't play any tricks in front of this old man. What happened at Golden Spring Mountain will only happen once. There won't be a next time. Yes, this subordinate understands." "Oh right." Sage Xueyu suddenly remembered something. His figure gradually appeared again. "This old man was a little angry just now. I forgot to ask you. What do you want from this old man?" Chapter 2361. Hearing this, Tu Hong's face turned slightly red. He was actually a little bashful as he said softly, "This subordinate saw female disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect during the battle at Golden Spring Mountain. That I would like to request the city lord, Yuqing, Haha, seeing Tu Hong's expression, Shuiyu Master was very happy and laughed. No wonder you sent a disciple of Jinquan Mountain back to Sky Patrol City to deliver things. It turns out that you have such a plan. Well, love between a man and a woman is the natural law. You have done a great service for my Sky Patrol City. How can I not agree? Thank you, City Lord. Tu Hong was overjoyed and kowtowed again. However, the voice of Shuiyu Master could no longer be heard in the hall. Get up, King. Jin King laughed. You are really hateful. No wonder the City Lord is angry. He didn't even let you get up when he left. Sigh. Tu Hong looked up and saw that Shuiyu Master was gone. He stood up trembling and smiled bitterly. Senior brothers. This little brother is also completely helpless. Tens of thousands of lives. I don't have any confidence at all. It's useless to say more now. Fong Ling nodded. The City Lord has already let you go and even admitted that you have done a great service. Now the plan is to persuade those Taoist sect cultivators. The City Lord is kind. I will never forget it. Tu Hong said respectfully. The fact that he did not pursue the matter is my biggest hope. I have never thought about the merits. As for the Taoist sect cultivators, I really don't care. Jin King was speechless. That's tens of thousands of lives. Aren't you afraid that you can't explain it to Yanxi Prefecture? I am a disciple of Sky Patrol City. There are many disciples of Yanxi Prefecture. Why should I be afraid of them? Tu Hong sneered. Don't talk to me about this. Fong Ling said, the City Lord has ordered you to represent Sky Patrol City to enter Yanxi Prefecture's conference hall. You have to explain. That's senior brother Jin Kang's business. I don't want to get involved. Tu Hong quickly waved his hand. Jin Kang clapped his hands and took out the City Lord token of Sky Patrol City. He handed it over and said with a smile, I didn't want to go in the first place, that's why I've been delaying it. Moreover, you've made such a big mistake and you want to clean up the mess yourself. I can't help you. Furthermore, if you want to dual cultivate with a disciple of the Imperial Lightning Sect, how can you do it if you don't interact with Qian Mo of the Imperial Lightning Sect? Fong Leibai laughed. Brothers, please don't laugh at me. Can't this little brother go over now? Tu Hong's face was flushed red as he took the City Lord token and smiled apologetically. Good, that's right. Jin Kung looked at Fong Leibai and said with a smile, we'll send you to Yanxi Mansion. When you sit down in the conference hall, we'll go to your mansion to nag. Thank you for supporting me. Tu Hong bowed and thanked them. If it weren't for the two brothers, I wouldn't have dared to go. Haha, Jin King and Fong Leibai both laughed. Each of them grabbed Tu Hong's hand and the three of them walked out of the main hall. Behind them, the other Foundation establishment cultivators were also laughing and chatting with the three of them. When the three of them came to the conference hall of Yanxi Mansion, the Golden Core Realm cultivators of the Taoist sect were discussing. Seeing Jin Kang and others appear in the conference hall, Qing Ming, who was in charge today, raised his eyebrows and said, It turns out that the Friends of Sky Patrol City have come to visit. Come, please take a seat. With that, he clapped his hands and two futons appeared out of thin air, spinning and landing in front of the three of them. Then he looked at the empty futon opposite him and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Jin, it is said that this seat in the conference hall is prepared for you. Why haven't you come after so long? Are you going to sit on it today? No. Jin King smiled and shook his head. Someone is going to sit on it today, but it's not me. Could it be fellow Taoist Fong? Or this fellow Taoist? Qing Ming obviously did not know Tu Hong and looked him up and down. Later I will naturally take out the City Lord token. Jin Kang's face tightened. He did not sit down and said lightly, however before that I would like to ask fellow Taoist Qing to tell me about the battle situation. This. Qing Ming hesitated and said with a smile, the battle situation of the Sword Dao battle. My conference hall will basically prepare another copy and send it to the City Lord Mansion. I think fellow Taoist Jin can see it in the City Lord Mansion, right? Why bother with Qing Ming's nagging? Of course I can see it. Jin King said with a smile, however my Sky Patrol City's 3 spirit stone veins have been lost. Fellow Taoist Qing has to give my Sky Patrol City an explanation, right? Oh. The Jinquan Mountain spirit stone veins have also fallen into the enemy's hands? Qing Ming was shocked and immediately came to a realization. He looked at Tu Hong and asked, Could it be that this fellow Taoist has returned from Jinquan Mountain? That's right, I am Tu Hong from the Jinquan Mountain Spirit Stone Veins. Tu Hong stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, fellow Taoists from Dao sect. Greetings, fellow Taoists too. The crowd did not dare to delay and stood up to return the greeting. Qingming asked curiously, the Jinquan Mountain Spirit Stone Veins have already fallen into the enemy's hands. Why didn't my Dao sect disciples return? Only 3 Imperial Thunder sect disciples returned first? Who said that the Jinquan Mountain Spirit Stone Veins have fallen into the enemy's hands? Jin King laughed. I only said that 3 Spirit Stone Veins have been lost, right? What do you mean? Xiang Ming from Huanhua sect was stunned and asked. Huanhua sect had sent the most disciples to Jinquan Mountain. How could he not be anxious? Junior brother Tu set up a formation at Jinquan Mountain and killed close to 40,000 sword cultivators and beast cultivators in one fell swoop. Furthermore, there were 20 over illusory swordsmen and 10 over high-leveled beast cultivators and bird cultivators who were buried in the formation. On the way here, Tu Hong had already warned Jin King. Jin King laughed heartily and told him what Tu Hong had said. 20 over illusory swordsmen? That is comparable to a late golden core stage cultivator. Even if they were to meet a nascent soul stage senior, they might not necessarily fall, right? Xiang Ming was dumbfounded as he spoke in disbelief. All the other gold core cultivators looked at each other. After a moment of silence, they immediately began to discuss loudly. All of their words were filled with disbelief and doubt. Fellow Taoist too. Qianemo opened his mouth. Qianemo asked the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples who returned. According to them, your Jinquan Mountain disciples are not that many. How could they have killed so many sword cultivators? What about your Jinquan Mountain disciples? What about the casualties of my Dao sect disciples? I know that all of you won't believe me. Tu Hong laughed. However, I have evidence in my hands. I will let all of you know immediately. In this battle, my Dao sect has indeed killed 20 over illusory swordsmen. Chapter 2362. If that's the case. Fellow Tu, your contribution is the greatest since the start of the war. No wonder the Snow Region Senior entrusted you with the important task of managing the conference hall. That's right. Congratulations, fellow Tu. The gold core cultivators came to a realization and cupped their hands to congratulate him. Thank you, fellow Taoists. This contribution of mine is inseparable from the plans that you've made in the conference hall. This is all thanks to you, fellow Taoists. I don't dare to praise myself. Tu Hong humbly took out the City Lord token of Sky Patrol City and handed it to Qing Ming. He smiled apologetically and said, Fellow Taoist Qing, please verify it. Today, I have been entrusted by the City Lord to enter the conference hall. Good. Qing Ming took the City Lord token and looked at it for a moment before passing it to the other cultivators beside him. He cupped his hands and said, In the future, with the help of Sky Patrol City's fellow Taoists too, our conference hall will be like a tiger that has grown wings. We will defeat the sword cultivators of Huan country. I still need to borrow the strength of all of you. Sky Patrol City will definitely do its best to support you. Tu Hong said with a smile. After everyone had checked the City Lord token, Tu Hong took it again and said with a smile, Can I take a seat now? Please. Qing Ming raised his hand and said, Please. The other cultivators said in unison, Thank you. Tu Hong stepped forward and sat on the empty praying mat. Jin Kang and Fong Langbai also sat on the 2 praying mats. Fellow Taoist Tu has killed 40,000 sword cultivators and nearly 30 more sword cultivators. This achievement should be immediately transmitted to the Dao sect cultivators who are currently fighting. It will also let them know that sword cultivators are nothing in the hands of our cultivators, unable to withstand a single blow. This will also boost their morale. Qing Ming smiled. Yes, morale is the most important thing in this war. Even if we are going to lose, we can't lose morale. A cultivator clapped his hands and said. When Tu Hong heard this, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. He glanced at Jin King and Fong Langbai. Their eyes were still the same. Yes, that's right. I will immediately issue the conference hall token. Qing Ming clapped his hands and said, Fellow Taoist Ching, don't worry. Tu Hong's expression changed slightly. His smile turned into a miserable one. He waved his hand and said, Fellow Taoist, please listen to my explanation. You can make a decision later. Fellow Taoist too, please speak. Qingming laughed. I haven't been this happy in a long time. I can't help but share this good news with all the disciples who are fighting hard. Well, I can understand fellow Cheng's feelings. Tu Hong nodded. However, this war has always been cruel. It's never a place that only gives out good news. Oh. Qingming's eyelids twitched. He had a bad premonition. I too have killed 40,000 sword cultivators. But my Golden Spring Mountain's 30,000 men also fell in this battle. Tu Hong said sadly, even when I return to Sky Patrol City, I can't bring their bodies back. Ah. Hiss, the meeting hall immediately fell silent. Apart from gasps of surprise, there was no other sound. What about my Path Sect's disciples? Xiang Ming said coldly, don't tell me that all of them fell. Tu Hong looked at Xiang Ming and replied calmly, of course not. Oh, hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, everyone almost fainted. I, too, have brought 11 severely injured Path Sect's disciples back to Sky Patrol City. They are now on their way to the other sect's encampments. What? My Path Sect's disciples. That's more than 5,000 people. Xiang Ming stood up suddenly and said angrily, gone just like that. You have to give me an explanation. Yes, Tu Hong, 5,000 people. How could you let them all fall? Many Golden Core adepts scolded. This situation was indeed within Tu Hong's expectations. However, his face still revealed a miserable expression as he stood up and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoists, this old man feels guilty in his heart. Those 31,000 disciples of Golden Spring Mountain had gone through life and death with me. As for your 5,000 disciples, although I do not have such a deep relationship with them, but since all of you sent them to Golden Spring Mountain, how could I not treat them as my own disciples? Rest assured, my friends, I am not disloyal. Even during the battle, I placed these disciples in the middle and did not let them fall so easily. Tu Hong. Qian Mo's expression did not change. After all, only Xiao Hua and the other 6 disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect had fallen. Their losses were the least. Tell me, how did these disciples fall? What is your big formation? Tu Hong nodded and took a deep breath. He suppressed his sobbing tone and said, Senior Brother Jean just said that the spiritual stone vein in Mount Quanjin has been lost and is no longer in the hands of Sky Patrol City. Yes, of course, it is not in the hands of the sword cultivators. It was I, too, who had laid down a large array in the Golden Spring Mountain's Spirit Stone Mine. My Golden Spring Mountain's disciples and Tao Sect's disciples had lured several tens of thousands of sword cultivators, especially close to 30 Golden Dan stage sword cultivators, into the large array before falling. To be honest, if not for the fact that I have to preside over the big formation and cannot die, otherwise, I would have entered the formation to fight. Those 5,000 Tao Sect disciples are really adorable. They are really the most adorable people in this battle. As he said, Tu Hong looked at Jean King. Jean King clapped his hands and the magic treasure of Mitsubishi flew up. The screen once again showed the bloody battle situation. When the cultivators finished watching, their hearts were shaken. They were even more excited than Jean King and Fong Lung. They were cheering for the cultivators who fought to the death. They were also praising Tu Hong's decision that day. Of course, this praise was more derogatory, but at this point, what else could they say? After more than 10 Golden Core cultivators inquired about the details in detail, Qingming and the rest transmitted their voices and said coldly, Fellow Taoist too. Although you are now a member of my discussion hall, you have killed 5,000 of my Tao Sect's cultivators. We need to discuss this. Fellow Taoist too, please leave us for a moment. Alright. Tu Hong stood up and bowed to everyone. I feel guilty in my heart. Fellow Taoists, please make a decision. After speaking, he looked at Jean King and Fong Lung. The 3 of them left the discussion hall. After 2 hours, Tu Hong and the other 2 were invited back into the discussion hall. At this time, the atmosphere in the discussion hall had calmed down. Fellow Taoists too. Qingming went straight to the point. This time fellow Taoist too has contributed greatly. However, the number of cultivators who died in this battle is also the highest. I am ashamed. Tu Hong bowed humbly. However, we have already reported to our respective mountain sections. Although some of the sect heads were extremely dissatisfied, most of them understood fellow Taoist two's difficulties. Qing Ming continued, as the saying goes, killing 1,000 enemies is equivalent to sacrificing 800 of your own men. Furthermore, there were close to 20 golden core cultivators among them. Many thanks to the various sect heads. Tu Hong immediately bowed to the sky. Of course, we will not erase fellow Taoist two's contribution. Qing Ming continued, however, half of the contribution is taken up by our Tao sect's disciples. Fellow Taoist Qing. Jean King was unhappy. He stood up and said, my Golden Spring Mountain's tens of thousands of disciples. Senior Jean. Tu Hong hurriedly stopped him and said, half of the contribution is taken up by those tens of thousands of disciples. I will definitely not take up half of the contribution. Golden Spring Mountain's tens of thousands of disciples are all fellow Taoist two's disciples. Naturally, their contribution will be taken up by fellow Taoist two alone. Qing Ming laughed. My Tao sect's 5,000 disciples are not represented by anyone. Therefore, I have no choice but to inconvenience the Golden Spring Mountain's disciples. Whatever you say. Tu Hong smiled apologetically. All right. Qing Ming nodded and said, the magic tools and treasures within the Golden Spring Mountain's great array, as well as the flying swords of the sword cultivators, Sky Patrol City can take half of it. The remaining half will be distributed by the various Tao sects according to the number of disciples they have lost. Consider it as compensation for us. Jean King still wanted to say something but was stopped by Fong Lung. Tu Hong said without hesitation, of course I have no objections to this. However, these things will only be distributed after 10 years. No worries. Qing Ming nodded and said, as long as fellow Taoist 2 agrees, we will go to Golden Spring Mountain to distribute it after 10 years. Alright. Also, fellow Taoist 2's contribution will be publicized by the various Tao sect sections. Fellow Taoist 2 is the greatest contributor to this battle. Qing Ming continued, as for the other 11 disciples who survived, our conference hall will reward them heavily and record their contributions. As for the 5,000 warriors who died, they will also be recorded as their contributions. Yes, that should be the case. Tu Hong agreed obediently. Great. Qing Ming did not expect Tu Hong to be so easy to talk to and did not refute him at all. In the end, he clapped his hands and said, fellow Taoist 2 is decisive and excellent in commanding. The conference hall welcomes talents like fellow Taoist 2. I don't dare. It's all thanks to the support of fellow Taoists. Tu Hong hurriedly got up and said. However, when Tu Hong got up, his eyes looked around. Although many golden core cultivators returned the salute, some of them had gloomy eyes and only raised their hands perfunctorily. At this moment, the center of the conference hall flashed with a strong brilliance. Before Qing Ming could activate his magic power, a human figure slowly flashed out from the brilliance. Everyone was shocked. When they saw clearly, they all stood up and bowed, shouting, Junior greets Master Shuiyu. The person who appeared in the Yanxi Mansion's conference hall was actually the City Lord of Sky Patrol City. This was the first time he came to the Yanxi Mansion's conference hall. All of you get up. Shuiyu Enlightened Master waved his sleeves, and everyone felt a force supporting them. It was as if 2 warm hands were supporting their shoulders. Thank you, Senior. No one dared to struggle. They straightened up and respectfully replied. Master Shuiyu walked a few steps in the air and came to Tu Hong's side. He lifted his leg and sat on it. Seeing this, everyone no longer dared to stand next to the praying mat. Their figures fluttered and slowly flew to the place where Jin Kang and Fong Langbai were standing before. They were standing respectfully below Master Shuiyu. Chapter 2363. Qing Ming stood in front of everyone and said, I'm Qing Ming from the Meng country's Celestial Ascension sect. I'm in charge of today's meeting hall. Senior, please tell me what you need. I haven't seen Li Feng from your sect in a long time. Shui enlightened master looked around and smiled. Yes, and the sect masters of my little friends, we old farts have been cultivating every day. We can't compare to your hot-blooded and exciting lives. Senior is well versed in the Tao of Heaven and your path of cultivation leads to the heavens. You're our role model. Qing Ming smiled apologetically and said, how could our game be worthy of Senior's attention? Shui enlightened master only smiled. He looked around and said, I haven't been to this hall in a long time. Alas, perhaps it won't be long before I have to meet the sect masters of my little friends. Every time we meet, people are in a terrible situation. Hearing this, Qing Ming and the others could guess why Shui enlightened master was here. Qing Ming turned around and looked at Shang Huazong and the other cultivators from the 3 cultivation countries. They all nodded. You're right. Qing Ming turned around and respectfully replied, every battle was started by the sword cultivators. Every time, the Tao sect and the sword cultivators lost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of corpses. This is also unavoidable. After all, this is a cruel war and it can't be compared to a normal dispute. Then he hesitated for a moment and said, also regarding Tu Hong we have already decided. Although my sect lost 5,000 disciples, the results of this battle are obvious. 5,000 men sacrificed their lives for the Tao sect. Their deaths were worthy and as heavy as a mountain. Regarding this matter, fellow Taoist Tu Hong's methods were indeed a little inappropriate. However, under the circumstances at that time he had no choice but to do so. We have already discussed the details with fellow Taoist Tu Hong. Shui enlightened master waved his hand and laughed. This is your game. I won't participate. Tu Hong can decide what he does or doesn't do. I won't interfere with your decision. Yes. Qing Ming didn't understand. He thought the same as everyone else. He thought that Shui Zhenren was here to defend Tu Hong. Haha. I'm here today because I have something good to discuss with the Imperial Thunder sect. A smile appeared on Sage Shui's face as his gaze fell upon Qian Mo. Not only was Qian Mo shocked, even Tu Hong himself was absolutely shocked. Then he became wild with joy. His original intention was to mention this to the old man in advance. After this matter was over, he would ask the old man to pass on a message to the Imperial Thunder sect. This way he would be able to speak to Qian Mo of the Imperial Thunder sect. However, he had never expected that Shui Yu's sage would personally come to the conference hall and propose marriage in front of all the golden core cultivators of the Tao sects. This face was too big. So much so that it might even become a story to be told by the cultivators of the 3 kingdoms. What made Tu Hong the happiest was that not only was Master Shui Yu's trust and encouragement in him, but Master Shui Yu's arrival also meant that the Imperial Thunder sect definitely wouldn't have any reason to refuse. The Imperial Thunder sect definitely valued the face of a nascent soul cultivator. Under the circumstances where Cui Hongshan had already died in the Golden Spring Mountain Spirit Stone Mine, Dui Qiming could only agree to the proposal of dual cultivation. Qian Mo's face was filled with doubt as he stepped forward and bowed. Junior Qian Mo of the Imperial Thunder sect greets Master Shui Yu. I know. Oh, so it's the young friend from the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Master Shui Yu smiled. I'm here today to make a proposal for a marriage alliance between my Heavenly Thunder sect and the Imperial Thunder sect. Ah? Qian Mo was even more surprised as he looked at Master Shui Yu in confusion. He smiled apologetically. May I know which disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect you're talking about? Is it a male disciple or a female disciple? Young friend, you should know about the 3 female disciples who returned from the Golden Spring Mountain Spirit Stone Mine. Master Shui Yu went straight to the point and said, one of them was chosen by Tu Hong. Oh, Qian Mo understood and naturally turned to look at Tu Hong. Tu Hong was very obedient at this moment as he lowered his head slightly and didn't say anything. I won't talk about Tu Hong's merits and demerits. Master Shui Yu smiled. However, since he's a capable disciple of my Heavenly Thunder sect and he rarely speaks in front of me, I can't just ignore his matters. Besides, this is the first time I'm matchmaking someone. I don't know if it's appropriate. Right. Qian Mo muttered in his heart. Why didn't you propose earlier or later? Why did you propose now? How could it not be because of Tu Hong's merits? Even if my conference hall judged that Tu Hong was at fault, now that you're here I can't not reconsider, right? This is the first time I'm matchmaking someone. Sigh, my Imperial Thunder sect must accept this. However, he had seen the 3 female disciples from the Imperial Thunder sect who went to Golden Spring Mountain. They seemed to be the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect and weren't particularly outstanding. If they could really form a marriage alliance with the Heavenly Thunder sect, it would be considered as the female disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect climbing up the social ladder. Oh, Qianemo suddenly realized, those who went to Golden Spring Mountain, aren't they the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect from the shocking Thunder Palace? Damn it, the fate of the first team. Why is it so tragic? First, they were besieged by thousands of sword cultivators at Chicken Crow Mountain. If they hadn't left first, they would have all died in the first battle. What a pity, even if they escaped the first hurdle, they couldn't escape the second one. Tens of thousands of sword cultivators besieged them. However, they died a worthy death. I reckon the conference hall will reward them handsomely. It's better than being killed silently in the wilderness. Qianemo then bowed and said, I'm sorry for my rudeness. May I know which female cultivator of the Imperial Thunder sect you're referring to? Tu Hong has to say it himself. Shuiyu Spiritual Master said with a smile. Thank you, City Master. Tu Hong's eyes were almost filled with tears. He bowed deeply. I didn't expect the City Master to care so much for me. I'm willing to sacrifice my life for you. He speak auspicious words on auspicious day. Shuiyu Spiritual Master said with a smile. Since you want to be their son-in-law, you have to be sincere and cooperate with the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. Yes, I understand. Tu Hong nodded. Qianemo smiled apologetically. Since you came to the conference hall and proposed marriage in front of so many fellow cultivators, I'm afraid I don't have the qualifications to accept it in person. Would you like to ask Qian Lei Zi of my humble sect to come forward? Fine. I haven't seen Qian Lei Zi for a long time. Shuiyu Spiritual Master said with a wave of his sleeve. For the sake of the younger generation, it's good to see an old friend. Qianemo didn't dare to delay and hurriedly activated a secret technique. Not long after, Qian Lei Zi's red face appeared on the light screen. Chapter 2364. Oh, that's right. Qian Diheng slapped his forehead and exclaimed, I was wondering why I felt that something was wrong. So it's here. Why didn't I think of going to the Jade Archive Hall? After saying that, he didn't stay any longer. Without saying another word, he turned around and flew out of the cave. Xiangyang, go with Qian Diheng and have a look. Helplessness came to his senses and hurriedly shouted. Yes, I'll go now. Xiangyang was equally excited. He quickly caught up and flew into the sky. Martial Uncle Zhuo. Shui glanced at Sun Shu. Both of them walked over and chatted with Zhuo Minghui. Although they didn't talk much, Zhuo Minghui's shyness was soon gone. She even whispered some private words to them. In just a few hours, Xiangyang and Qian Diheng had returned. Damn it, I really shed a few tears for that guy. Qian Diheng cursed. I knew that guy had a long life. He wouldn't die just like that. What? Helplessness hurriedly got up and asked, Where's Hongshan? His natal spiritual tablet. Haha, good, I know. Seeing the anxious look in the cave residence, Xiangyang smiled and said, I followed junior brother Qian to the Zhenlei Palace. I didn't enter the Jade Archive Hall. The Jade Archive Hall of the Zhenlei Palace was closed by the sect leader at the beginning of the sword battle. Without the sect leader's personal order, no one can enter. Qian Diheng was a little angry. Even I couldn't enter the Jade Archive Hall. Helplessness listened and his face darkened. He glared at Xiangyang and scolded, Since you didn't enter the Jade Archive Hall, why are you so happy? Master. Xiangyang smiled apologetically. I didn't enter the Jade Archive Hall, but I saw Zhen Liang who was on duty. What did he say? Did he know that Hongshan's natal spiritual tablet wasn't damaged? Helplessness asked helplessly. Xiangyang smiled bitterly and explained, the sect leader also ordered that the disciples on duty in the Jade Archive Hall must report the situation of the natal spiritual tablet to the deacon. He wanted to scold Xiangyang, but he was too lazy to do so. After talking for so long, he still didn't know about Cui Hongshan and Xiaohua's life spirit tablets. Xiangyang, how do you know that Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan are fine? Zhuo Minghui said with a smile. She knew that Xiangyang was a steady person. If he wasn't certain, he wouldn't be so happy. All right, teacher, mother understands. Xiang Yangfen said, when Zhen Liang saw that it was me and junior brother Qian. Other than explaining to junior brother Qian who wanted to barge into the Jade Archive Hall, he also smiled and told me something. Xue Minghui asked curiously, what did Zhen Liang say? Zhen Liang said that as early as a few days ago, the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace had already come to the Jade Archive Hall to look at the natal spiritual tablets of the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Moreover, they came again yesterday with the sect leader's handwritten order in their hands. They specially sealed the natal spiritual tablets of some disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Other than the sect leader, no one can look at them. Xiang Yang emphasized the words, some disciples, as if Zhen Liang was the one explaining. That dog. Qian Diheng curled his lips and sneered. He didn't let me in and even hinted at me from the side. If he didn't say that it was related to my brother, I wouldn't have let him off so easily. Helplessly ignoring Qian Diheng, he pondered for a moment and said cautiously, Xiang Yang, are you sure that what Zhen Liang said was related to Cui Hongshan and Xiaohua? Yes, I'm sure. Then Xiang Yang told him about Zhen Qing and Xiaohua. He explained with a smile, junior brother Xiao and Zhen Qing got to know each other after a fight. If he saw that junior brother Zhao's natal spiritual tablet was damaged, he would definitely tell me secretly. What he said didn't violate the rules of the Jade Archive Hall and also told me about the two junior brothers. Yes, I understand. Helplessly sighed in relief. Xue Minghui and the others also looked better. However, the sect leader clearly knew that junior brother Xiao and junior brother Cui didn't die. Why did he still give out the reward? Xiang Yang asked with a frown. Senior brother Xiang, this is the sect leader's business. Don't make wild guesses if there's nothing important. Qian Diheng said bluntly. Then he bowed to helplessly and said, Martial uncle helplessly, since Xiaohua didn't die, what I said just now was nonsense. I still have something to do. Goodbye. Good. Xiang Yang nodded and said to Xiang Yang, help me see the guests out. No need. I'll take my leave now. Qian Diheng nodded slightly to everyone again, turned around and left as nimbly as when he came. This guy, Sun Shu glanced at Qian Diheng's back and said in a low voice, unless Xiaohua is here, he looks down on everyone. He won't say a word to anyone. Beside him, Xiang Yang smiled bitterly and said to himself, what's this? You haven't seen how that guy messed around in the Jade Archive Hall. If it weren't for the sect leader's order, he would have really rushed into the Jade Archive Hall. Martial uncle helplessly, are you going to go into seclusion soon? Xue chatted with Xue Minghui for a while, then raised her head and asked. Yes, this old man is planning to do so. Helplessly nodded, however, this old man feels a little rushed. There are some things that I haven't prepared yet. By the way, is Martial Uncle Sun Ming free? This old man wants to go over and have a chat with her. This is difficult. Xue covered her mouth and smiled. She looked at Sun Shu and said, Master is also in seclusion. She seems to be breaking through the bottleneck of the middle gold core stage. I'm afraid she can't see Martial Uncle. So it's like this. Helplessly said. Martial Uncle, don't worry. Xue said with assurance. Martial Uncle will definitely be able to condense the core this time. This junior has a premonition. Helplessly raised his eyebrows and said with some joy, really? Of course. Xue nodded and said firmly, this junior has some insignificant premonition. It's similar to Xiaohua's matter. Good. Helplessly's heart suddenly felt at ease. He understood in his heart that there were countless strange people in the cultivation world. There were countless cultivators like Xue who had the bloodline of the true spirit and had strange magical abilities. Since she could judge that Xiaohua was fine one after another, then her premonition towards him shouldn't be a problem. This old woman also wants to go into seclusion in a few months. Xue Minghui said with a smile, Xue, do you think this old woman can condense the core? Xue was stunned and then said with a smile, Martial Uncle Xue, it's still early for you. No matter what, you should wait until the child is a little older. AI, this old woman has been tied up in the late stage of foundation establishment for many years. If I don't think about condensing the core now, I'm afraid I won't have another chance. Shui Shui glanced at Xue Minghui's abdomen and bit her lips. She already faintly understood why Xue Minghui was pregnant. She thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Martial Uncle Minghui, you worry too much. This junior thinks that Martial Uncle will definitely be able to condense the core in a few years." Really? When Xue Minghui heard this, her face was overjoyed like a blooming flower. Shui Shui also showed a smile on her face. Chapter 2365. Oh. Shuiyu, why are you here? Qian Leizi was stunned. He did not expect to see Shuiyu Sage. Do you want me to go to Sky Patrol City now? Ah, no. Shuiyu Sage cupped his hands. It's very lively here, the juniors are having fun, how can it be my turn? This poor Taoist is here to discuss something with the Imperial Thunder Sect. Alright, I'll let sect leader know. Qian Mo naturally would not let Shuiyu Zhenren repeat himself. He hurriedly took half a step forward and explained what had happened. He smiled and said, "This is a joyous occasion for the Imperial Thunder Sect and the Sky Patrol City. I dare not make a decision. I hope that sect leader will step forward and not disappoint Shuiyu Zhenren, who personally came to the meeting hall." Oh, Qian Leizi smiled and said, "This is indeed a joyous occasion. True love can be seen on the battlefield. Only those who can withstand the test of blood and fire can be considered true dual cultivation. Come, let me see who is worthy of Shuiyu Sage's visit." Tu Hong hurriedly went forward and bowed. Junior Tu Hong greets Senior. He is indeed a talent. Qian Leizi nodded. He is worthy of Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple. Then he looked up. Qian Mo, which female disciple of Imperial Thunder Sect is Tu Hong marrying? Yes, Senior, it is Dui Qiming from Sky Patrol Palace. Tu Hong hurriedly said. Ah, Tu Hong, why are you so anxious? This old man hasn't promised you anything yet. Qian Leizi laughed heartily, thinking that Tu Hong was anxious, so he turned to Qian Mo and said, "Go and bring Dui Qiming here. Let this old man take a look. Which beautiful female disciple is it that made the disciples of the Sky Patrol City so worried?" Yes, disciple understands. Qian Mo bowed and sent out a message. Qian Leizi and Shuiyu Sage chatted for a while as they waited for Dui Qiming. Qian Leizi naturally asked about Tu Hong's reason. He was curious why Shuiyu Sage would come to the meeting hall to propose marriage for a golden core cultivator. As for Qian Mo, he knew that he couldn't let Shuiyu Zhenren tell him the reason, so he respectfully told him about Quan Jinshan. Even though Qian Leizi was a nascent soul stage cultivator, he was still shocked when he heard that almost 50,000 sword cultivators and Taoist sect cultivators had died in Tu Hong's hands. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at Tu Hong. Previously, in the message that disciples sent to the sect, the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect, other than Dui Qimeng, Ming Mao and Dui Ling, the other 7 members died in the Battle of Mount Quanjin. Qian Mo continued, "This is also the total number of people that died in the Battle of Mount Quanjin. This disciple was just about to report to the sect master to reward Thunderclap Palace." It's just that. Master Qian Leizi was about to say, only 7 people? But when he saw the cultivators behind Qian Mo, he changed his mind and said, "Yes, of course. These 7 people must be well rewarded. Their masters and relatives must be well compensated. Yes, this disciple understands." Qian Mo didn't tell Master Qian Leizi the name list of the 7 people. Not long after, Dui Qimeng arrived at the meeting hall. This was the first time she came to such an important place and she was confused. Seeing Master Qian Leizi in the image, Dui Qimeng didn't dare to be negligent. She immediately bowed and greeted the sect master. "Not bad. You are indeed outstanding," Master Qian Leizi said with a smile. He looked at Shuiyu Zhenren and said, "The disciples of your Sky Patrol City have good taste." When Shuiyu Zhenren saw Dui Qimeng, there was a flash of understanding in his eyes. Even the corner of his eyes twitched slightly as he looked at Tu Hong thoughtfully. Hearing Master Qian Leizi's question, Shuiyu Zhenren smiled and said, "This is the opportunity of the younger generation. I was just helping out. Dui Qimeng, this is Shuiyu Zhenren, the city master of Sky Patrol City. Come forward and greet him." Qian Mo reminded her in a low voice. "Yes, I am Dui Qimeng from Dui Lei Palace of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Greetings to the city master." Dui Chimeng was even more confused. She didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly went forward to greet the city master. Get up. Shui Yuzhenren waved his sleeves and said with a smile, Dui Chimeng, do you have a dual cultivation partner? Dui Chimeng was slightly stunned, but she still said truthfully, I don't have one. Not bad. Master Qian Lazy laughed and said, it seems that the disciples of Sky Patrol City have done their homework well. You should have asked about Dui Chimeng's background. Well, since Dui Chimeng doesn't have a dual cultivation partner, I will make the decision. I agree to this marriage. Thank you so much, fellow Taoist Qian. Shui Yuzhenren cupped his hands and said, when fellow Taoist Qian comes to Sky Patrol City, I will invite you to a cup of wine. Well said, well said. Master Qian Lazy nodded and was about to end the video. But at this moment Dui Chimeng came to her senses and shouted, Sect leader, I have something to say. Oh, what else do you have to say? Master Qian Lazy was a little displeased. It was just a dual cultivation between a Foundation establishment disciple. If the other party was not the city lord of Sky Patrol City, he would not have asked. But I don't know what's going on. Dui Chimeng's face turned red. I don't know which fellow Taoist I'm going to dual cultivate with. Haha, Master Qian Lazy pointed at Tu Hong and said, of course, it's Tu Hong from Jingquan Mountain whom you met before. He is now the representative of Sky Patrol City in the conference hall. Performed well in the war. You have such a dual cultivation partner, it's not a disgrace to your family background. Don't worry, if you are bullied in Sky Patrol City in the future, you can go directly to the City Lord of Sky Patrol City. If he doesn't care, you can come to me. I will definitely make the decision for you. Sect Master. Dui Chimeng glanced at Tu Hong. When she came in, she saw the two nascent soul seniors, Master Qian Lazy and Master Shuiyu. She was so scared that she did not dare to be distracted. Now that she saw Tu Hong, she never thought that this gold core senior would covet her. She hurriedly shouted, although I don't have a dual cultivation partner, but I already have a lover in my heart. It's just that because of the war between Dao cultivators, I didn't have time to hold the dual cultivation ceremony with him. Master Qian Lazy was stunned and unconsciously looked at Master Shuiyu. Master Shuiyu was even more surprised. He firmly believed that Tu Hong would not report to him without checking Dui Chimeng's background. If what Dui Chimeng said was true, this rash act would immediately become a big joke in the three kingdoms of cultivation. Tu Hong looked even more innocent than Master Shuiyu. He was even more surprised than Master Shuiyu. He felt that it was unbelievable. He looked at Dui Chimeng with a deathly gaze and said in a low voice, Chimeng, I have never been able to forget you since the first time I saw you. You're the most attractive female cultivator I've ever seen in my life. This too doesn't care who your lover is. This too wants to compete with him. I must snatch you from his hands. Senior 2. Dui Chimeng's face turned even redder. She said softly, I'm just an ordinary female cultivator. I don't deserve this kind of praise. As for my lover, it's Cui Hongshan, the captain of the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Senior, you've seen him on Mount Quanjin. Ah? When Tu Hong heard this, his face turned pale. His lower lip shrank and he clenched his teeth. His eyes showed a trace of pain and disbelief. It's all my fault. Tu Hong sighed and lowered his head deeply. Senior 2. Dui Chimeng looked at Tu Hong in confusion. She then looked at Master Qian Lazy and Master Shuiyu. Cough cough. Those two naturally wouldn't explain it to her. Only Qian Mo coughed twice and said, Dui Chimeng, there's actually something. I haven't announced it to the public yet. Once this matter is over, all the cultivators in Sky Patrol City will know about it. It's that the battle on Mount Quanjin has ended. Fellow Taoist 2's battle achievements are outstanding. He killed more than 40,000 sword cultivators. However, the 5,000 disciples of my sect who went to support him also sacrificed their lives. Tui Lang. Also among them? Dui Chimeng was shocked. She almost couldn't believe her ears. She then shouted, Xiao. Junior brother Xiao Hua. Also died? Xiao Hua. Qian Mo frowned. He didn't know who Xiao Hua was. Oh, Xiao Hua also died. Master Qian Lazy raised his eyebrows. His face was slightly shocked. He was a sect master. Although he knew Xiaohua, he didn't pay attention to Xiaohua's every move. He didn't even know that Xiaohua participated in this battle. Xiaohua? Heavenly Music Sect's Li Qingshu's face flashed with a trace of refreshment. However, it was followed by a trace of shame and anger. He tilted his head slightly to look at Ardent Fire Mountain's Huoping. However, Huoping's face didn't have any reaction at all. It was as if she didn't recognize Xiaohua. If you really know how to act. Li Qingshu sneered. Don't talk about a foundation establishment disciple. Qian Mo shook his head. His face was filled with regret. In this battle, 20 Golden Core late-stage swordsmen were killed. The scene was really tragic and heroic. No matter if it's Cui Hongshan or Xiaohua, they are the role models of my Imperial Thunder Sect's outstanding disciples. My Imperial Thunder Sect will definitely commend and reward them. And Qianemo, give me the name list of these 5 people. I'll get people to prepare. To be able to sacrifice themselves for righteousness and kill tens of thousands of swordsmen, this kind of merit must not be ignored. Yes, this disciple will send it to Sect Master. Qianemo said. He activated a secret technique and gave the name list of the 5 people to Master Qian Lazy. Why are they all disciples of Shocking Thunder Palace? Master Qian Lazy was slightly stunned. This Cui Hongshan and Xiaohua are also disciples of Helpless? This old man remembers. Master Qian Lazy didn't say anything. He turned his head and ordered the disciples beside him. Hearing that even Xiaohua had fallen, Dui Qiming no longer had any doubts in her heart. Her face was deathly pale, but her mind kept flashing the sweet memories she had with Cui Hongshan. Chapter 2366. Dui Qiming. Naturally, Qian Mo could not allow the 2 nascent soul stage seniors to speak. He reminded them, since Cui Hongshan has already died, it means that you have nothing to worry about now. The matter of Sky Patrol City, Daoist Qian. Tu Hong opened his mouth and said very elegantly, it's all because I didn't investigate thoroughly. I didn't expect Dao friend Dui to have such matters. As for fellow Daoist Tui's tragedy, I am also responsible for it. In I's opinion, let's put this matter aside for now. It wouldn't be too late to consider it after fellow Daoist Dui has recovered from his grief. Furthermore, this Tu's golden core was also damaged during the battle at Mount Quanjin. Right now I need to recuperate and recover as well. Oh, so it's like this. Qian Mo's gaze swept past Dui Qiming and then back to the 2 nascent soul seniors. It's all because of the Great War. Shuiyu Sage sighed. He looked at Qian Lazy and then at Tu Hong. Tu Hong, when will your gold core be repaired? About 5 years should be enough. Tu Hong said after thinking for a while. Alright. Sage Shuiyu nodded and said to Qian Lazy, Cultivator Qian, it's settled then. Since Dui Qiming no longer has any worries, let's wait for Tu Hong to repair his gold core. 5 years from now, let's hold the dual cultivation ceremony. And I have no objections. Qian Lazy glanced at the pale Dui Qiming who seemed to have lost her soul and said, poor child, 5 years is enough for her to recover a lot. Thank you, Brother Qian. Shuiyu Zhenren did not want to stay in the meeting hall any longer. He stood up and cupped his hands. You're welcome. Qian Lazy returned the salute and said, this is a joyous occasion for Sentry City and Imperial Thunder Sect. This old man is also very happy. Sage Shuiyu nodded and waved his sleeves. Light flashed around him and he left the conference hall. Farewell, Daoist Shuiyu. All the Golden Core cultivators bowed. Only Dui Qiming remained in a daze. Qianemo, take good care of Dui Qiming. Qian Lazy sighed. Don't let her go to the battlefield for the next 5 years. Yes, I understand. Of course, Qianemo agreed. Of course, he would not dare to send a female cultivator who was going to marry into the Sky Patrol City to the battlefield. Thank you for your hard work. Qian Lazy glanced at the others and said with a smile, we've all seen your contributions, Yuke. When Qian Lazy was about to say something, his face suddenly showed a trace of astonishment as if he was looking at something. After waiting for a while, he turned around and said with a smile, all of you can leave now. Qianmo, I have something to ask you. This junior will take his leave. Even though Qian Laizi was speaking to Qianmo and the others might not be able to hear them, in order to avoid arousing suspicion, all the cultivators bowed respectfully. One by one they formed hand seals and left the hall. Junior will also take her leave. Dui Qimeng finally regained her senses and bowed respectfully. Alright Dui Qimeng, you should go back and rest. Qian Laizi nodded. It's your fortune to be able to marry a golden core cultivator from Sentry City. However, this is all up to you. If you're unwilling, I won't let you stay in Sky Patrol City. Yes, I understand. Dui Qimeng smiled bitterly. However, with two nascent soul cultivators personally speaking, she couldn't have any rebellious thoughts in her heart. Especially after Cui Hongshan had fallen. As for Qian Laizi's words, she didn't hear any other meaning at all. After Dui Qimeng left, Qianmo then respectfully said, regarding the incident at Jinshanquan, only 7 of our Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples died. Among all the sects, we suffered the least losses. Therefore, this disciple did not personally report to the sect master. Yes, I'm not talking about this. Qian Laizi waved his hand and said, you all are at the front line and have to make your own decisions. You can't report everything to me. Yes. Qianmo bowed, but his heart was puzzled. Have you confirmed that Xiao Hua and Cui Hongshan died? Qian Laizi asked inexplicably. This disciple just heard from Tu Hong. Qianmo was stunned. This disciple hasn't confirmed it yet. However, this disciple has already seen the video. Although there were no Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples in it, the scene was indeed tragic. The cultivators in the middle stage of Foundation establishment were killed by the swordsmen, and the 20 to 30 illusory sword cultivators were also killed by the formation. Xiao Hua and Cui Hongshan shouldn't have survived. Yes, you tell me about the battle. Qian Laizi nodded. After Qianmo told him about the formation, Qian Laizi nodded. This Tu Hong is indeed a cruel and merciless person and also a rare talent. No wonder Shui Yu's spiritual master came personally to propose marriage. Yes. Qianmo smiled apologetically. In addition, this disciple even thinks that Tu Hong may not be unaware of the relationship between Dui Qimeng and Cui Hongshan. Yes, this kind of thing can't be verified by the dead. You don't need to say more. Qian Laizi naturally understood. Dui Qimeng marrying into Sky Patrol City. Qianmo thought Qian Laizi was going to say this, so he hesitated. If the sect master doesn't agree, why would this old man not agree? Qian Laizi sneered. Shui Yu's spiritual master went all out to encourage his subordinates. How can this old man not give him face? Besides, isn't it just a Foundation establishment disciple? My Imperial Thunder Sect even got a gold core son-in-law. Why would this old man not be happy? Sect master, what do you mean? Qianmo was even more confused. Just now, this old man told the disciples to prepare the rewards for Cui Hongshan and the other disciples. Qian Laizi said patiently. However, the disciples checked the Jade Archive Hall of Zhenlei Palace as usual. Only then did they find that Cui Hongshan, Xiao Hua, and the other 5 people's natal spirit tablets were all intact. This doesn't seem possible, right? Qianmo was shocked. This disciple saw with his own eyes that thousands of Dao sect disciples were killed, and even eaten by the blood disaster beast. Yes, this old man has heard of the great formation that Tu Hong set up. Qian Laizi nodded. The spiritual howl of that great formation is very powerful, and even if this old man and the others went there, we wouldn't dare to break it. Moreover, that spiritual howl also isolated all divine sense, so no one could see what was going on inside. Or, maybe this is why the natal spirit tablets are not damaged. At this point, Qian Laizi found it hard to explain. After all, the natal spirit tablet was different from divine sense. Yes, this disciple understands. This disciple will go and check on the disciples of the other sects. Qianmo nodded, but then he scratched his head. Should we inform Dui Qimeng about the rewards for these 7 disciples? This naturally has to be done. Qian Laizi smiled. We can't disappoint the other disciples because of some suspicions. Moreover, if they can survive, their contributions will be great and they deserve to be rewarded. As for Dui Qimeng, she doesn't need to know. From the moment Tu Hong saw her, her fate has already been decided. Yes, this disciple understands. Qian Mo nodded. Even if Cui Hongshan survives facing a gold core cultivator like Tu Hong, he can't compare at all. Yes, Qian Lazy nodded. Shui Yu's spiritual master personally proposed marriage. How many people can there be in the Xiaoyu continent? Yes, this disciple understands. Qian Imo replied respectfully. Qian Lazy waved his hand and his figure slowly disappeared. Chapter 2367. Only Qian Imo was left standing in the meeting hall in a daze. Although today's matter was simple, it was really strange. It had nothing to do with the Imperial Thunder Sect, but in the end, it fell on the Imperial Thunder Sect's head. The strangest thing was that although the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect had died, their life spirit tablets were not damaged. According to Tu Hong's decisiveness in the video, such a situation would never happen. Even if they didn't die, what does it have to do with me? After thinking for a moment, Qian Imo shrugged. After all, it was only a small team of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Even the first team only had 7 people and they were disciples of the Thunder Palace. Compared to thousands of disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect, it was nothing. Subsequently, Qian Imo secretly inquired about the other sections. Unexpectedly, all the disciples of the other sects who died in Jingquan Mountain had their life spirit tablets damaged without exception. When he reported this to Qian Lazy only frowned slightly to indicate that he understood, and did not say anything else. Qian Lazy did not care about this matter even if Qian Imo did not care about it. Therefore, the rewards of the 7 disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect were announced together with the rewards of the other Dao Sect cultivators in Sky Patrol City. Naturally, Tu Hong's name was at the top. After all, this was killing tens of thousands of sword cultivators. It was definitely a great merit. Although the Yanxi Prefecture in Sky Patrol City would announce the results of the battle every once in a while, and the Battle of the Spiritual Stone Vein had become the focus of everyone's attention. However, once the Battle of the Spiritual Stone Vein in Jingquan Mountain was announced, all the other battles were overshadowed. 5,000 Dao Sect cultivators, 30,000 disciples of Jingquan Mountain, 40,000 sword cultivators, nearly 30 illusory swordsmen. Just by looking at these numbers, not to mention the illusory swordsmen, it was enough to make all the cultivators speechless. Just as the Snow Region sage said, Tu Hong's generosity was too great. So great that even he was a little surprised. These results should only be achieved after the nascent soul cultivators and illusory swordsmen came out. But Tu Hong had done it 10 years earlier. Tu Hong's name instantly swept through the entire Sky Patrol City like a hurricane. It swept through the entire 3 cultivation countries and even reached the ears of the sword cultivators of the Huan country. Above the blue lake, Lu Ruochang of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect had a look of shame and anger on his face. He coldly looked at a white-haired swordsman not far from him. The swordsman's face was somewhat similar to Ling Yunwu's. His lips were slightly pursed and he did not say a word. The swordsman also narrowed his eyes and stared at LV Ruochang. Both of their gazes were like electricity and sparks were about to fly. Ahem, ahem, a female swordsman not far from LV Ruochang was failing sword zhuang ruoling. Looking at the two of them, she coughed a few times and said, "Friend LV Jian, friend Ling Jian, we are all swordsmen of the sword region. At this time we should be united against the outside world. Why do we have to exhaust ourselves here?" I don't want to either. The one called friend Ling Jianyu was Ling Moyu of the Soaring Wind Sword Sect. He was Ling Yunwu's senior brother. He sneered and said, 10 swordsmen of the Soaring Wind Sword Sect and the swordsmen we invited were all buried in the spiritual stone mine of Mount Quanjin. I only said a few words and friend LV Jianyu actually gave me such a look. Why should I be nice to her? Ling Yunwu messed up the mission I gave him. He went to Mount Quanjin to look for clues. He encountered a great battle and died. It's fate. How can you blame me? Your nose is not your nose and your face is not your face. Why are you throwing a tantrum at me? Dino? Ling Yunwu lost my black silk wood and sword pouch. How big of a delay did he cause? Because of this, the beast cultivator's senior Qing Feng will lose his life. Moreover, more swordsmen will lose their lives. What you said is only a possibility. Our soaring wind sword sect has already paid for this with the lives of 10 illusory swordsmen. Ling Moyu said angrily. Swordsman, there's no need to argue. The short beast cultivator Qing Feng said with a bitter face. Swordsman Ling Yunwu died in Mount Quanjin. Presumably the cultivator he was looking for also died. I'm afraid there's no hope for the sword pouch and black silk wood. It will go to Chestnut Valley to look for the spirit-swallowing bugs. However, LV Jianyu, I'm not black silk wood. Even if I risk my life, I won't be able to find it in a short time. You have to be prepared. The great array of Mount Quanjin is actually so terrifying. Even Senior Hua Jian can't break it at will? Maybe the sword pouch and black silk wood are inside. LV Rochang said with a frown. Qin Jian of the Void Heaven Sword School said with a bitter smile. It's true. I personally went to check it. The spiritual roar inside is extremely powerful. At this time even Senior Hua Jian will be injured. Even if the sword pouch and black silk wood are inside, I'm afraid they have already been destroyed. No wonder. The conference hall of the Yanxi mansion would send a message through a disciple. Within 10 years, everyone will hide the great array of Mount Quanjin. Wait until the spiritual roar of the great array stops, or wait for Senior Hua Jian and the nascent soul cultivators to make a move. LV Rochang said thoughtfully, if they can handle it, why would they think of us? Yes, the cultivators of the Dao sect. I'm afraid they have some intention of delaying. Qin Jian also nodded. Anyway, we still have to pay close attention to Mount Quanjin. Alas, Senior Qing Feng, how much time do you need? LV Rochang knew this and looked at Qing Feng again. Qing Feng was born with a bitter face. After thinking for a while, his wrinkled face was filled with helplessness. I can't be sure about this. At least a few months, at most a few years. I won't get anything. Yes, I understand. LV Rochang nodded and said to Qing Feng seriously, I'll have to trouble Senior Qing Feng with this matter. My sword domain will never forget Senior's contribution. In addition, I will also ask the sword friends of the 7 spiritual mountains to make a move. Good. Qing Feng nodded and said no more. Tu Hong. He is indeed vicious and merciless. LV Rochang gritted her teeth. Why haven't I heard of this person before? My sword domain's warriors have mostly won in the fight for the spiritual stone mines. It was only at this Mount Quanjin that we suffered such a huge loss. Close to 40,000 swordsmen. I don't even know how to explain this to the sword heads. LV Jian, you don't have to worry about it. Qin Jian laughed. The Dao sect's cultivators also lost close to 40,000, similar to our sword domain's losses. It's just that, it's because the sword friends of the Soaring Wind Sword sect went to help, that's why the losses were greater. Alas, that's right. LV Rochang had to admit that if not for the matter with Ling Yunwu, she definitely wouldn't be so angry. Following which, LV Rochang clasped her hands and said, Brother Ling, I'm really a little anxious, please forgive me. Ling Moyu saw that LV Rochang actually took the initiative to apologize and hurriedly returned the greeting. My Soaring Wind Sword sect has suffered heavy losses this time. I'm also angry I was too rash. Haha, isn't that all right? Ruo Ling laughed. Our sword domain swordsmen have always been honest with each other, 100 times better than the Dao sect's cultivators who scheme against each other. That's right. Qin Jian sneered. Tu Hong is just a golden core cultivator. I'll find an opportunity to kill him. That way I'll be able to resolve my hatred as a swordsman. Brother Qin, you're right. Ling Moyu shook his head and said, It's a pity that this fellow has already entered the Yanxi Mansion's conference hall and won't easily leave the Sky Patrol City. I'm afraid it won't be easy to kill this fellow. I know. I've fought with the Dao sect's cultivators for so long, I've learned some things. I'll think of a way. Qin Jian nodded. The Battle of the Spiritual Stone Mines was just a test. However, we also know that cultivators are treacherous and cunning. In the future we still have to be more detailed in our plans. Don't let the cultivators beat us at our own game again. Lu Rochang pondered for a moment and discussed the next step with many swordsmen. The Huan Kingdom's swordsmen hated the battle at Mount Quanjin to the bone, and the battle at Mount Quanjin had attracted the attention of many swordsmen and cultivators. One must know that there were tens of thousands of cultivators and swordsmen's remains, There must be a lot of magical treasures left behind. If anyone could obtain some magical treasures from Mount Quanjin, it would be worth a lot of spiritual stones in EG. Who wouldn't be jealous? But the strange thing was that the Yanxi Mansion's conference hall and the Huan Kingdom's sword cultivators had issued a ban. All cultivators and sword cultivators were prohibited from entering the 100-mile radius around Mount Quanjin. Once they were discovered, they would be killed immediately. Such a ban naturally couldn't stop the greedy cultivators. Even some sword cultivators secretly went there. The city guards and sword cultivators of the Sky Patrol City had a tacit understanding, each of them patrolling different areas at different times. After killing many cultivators and sword cultivators, the number of people who went to Mount Quanjin had decreased. As for whether there were any high-level cultivators who secretly went there, that wasn't something that the patrolling disciples would know. But one thing was certain, that Mount Quanjin's Great Array had no movement at all. If Mount Quanjin's Great Array didn't have any movement, then no one would disturb Xiaohua's forced cultivation. However, Imperial Thunder Sect's 10,000 Thunder Valley had caused a great disturbance. Today was Xiang Zhili's resting day. He was following Xiang Yang and Yen Qinglian as they flew towards the sky of 10,000 Thunder Valley. Xiang Zhili was flying around his father and mother restlessly, and at the same time he was asking some questions in a low voice. These questions were naturally not about his cultivation in Zhenlei Palace, but the simplified cultivation method of the dragon transformation art. The dragon transformation art was indeed broad and profound. Even someone as strong as Xue Xue had to spend a long time comprehending it under Xiaohua's guidance. How could Xiang Zhili be able to do it in one go? Usually, the little fellow was very cautious and never revealed anything. Only after he finished a day's worth of cultivation, did he go into the quiet room to comprehend and cultivate the dragon transformation art alone. The questions that he had accumulated over the past month could only be found at this time to ask his parents. Furthermore, Xiang Zhili followed Xiaohua's instructions and didn't read out the complete cultivation method to Xiang Yang and Yen Qinglian. He only told them the parts that he didn't understand and his own comprehension and doubts, allowing Xiang Yang and Yen Qinglian to explain. This kind of happy situation was what Xiang Yang and Yen Qinglian liked the most. Not only could they watch their beloved son grow up, but they could also enjoy the happiness of family. It was really rare. However, as Xiang Zhili's cultivation of the dragon transformation art deepened, Xiang Yang and Yen Qinglian started to be surprised. Because Xiang Zhili's questions were becoming more and more profound, not only did they far exceed the knowledge of Qi refinement cultivators, but even more so, they far exceeded the cultivation of Dao sect cultivators. Furthermore, from Xiang Zhili's questions, Xiang Yang and Yen Qinglian could faintly deduce the power of the dragon transformation art after successfully cultivating it. It was definitely several times stronger than the same level of cultivation. Chapter 2368. Xiang Yang, who had always been cautious, was somewhat anxious. Occasionally he would express some thoughts in front of Yen Qinglian, wanting Xiang Zhili to stop a little and wait until Xiaohua returned. After all, having someone to guide him was completely different from not having anyone to guide him. But Yen Qinglian was extremely confident in Xiaohua, knowing that he would absolutely not do anything he wasn't confident in, especially when it came to her beloved son. Therefore she always disagreed with Xiang Yang's caution. Just like today, after Xiang Zhili stopped Xiang Yang and Yen Qinglian, his little mouth pouted, somewhat dissatisfied, but his eyes were filled with excitement. He activated the flying talisman and flew several zhang forward, looking left and right at the familiar scenery, even whistling the tune he had just learned. Xiang Yang transmitted his voice to Yen Qinglian. "Wife, I think it's better to let Li stop a little. The thing he cultivates, even we middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators can't answer. If he continues to cultivate, won't there be a problem?" Middle-stage foundation establishment. Yen Qinglian raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "You seem to be more than middle-stage foundation establishment, right?" Wife also noticed. Xiang Yang had a smile on his face. "I've also caught up with you. If I cultivate bitterly for another 5 to 10 years, I'll definitely be able to accompany you into late-stage foundation establishment. Yes, from early-stage foundation establishment to late-stage foundation establishment. Whose credit is it? Yan Qinglian was still all smiles as she said. Xiang Yang sighed and said, alas, I know it's junior brother Zhao's credit, but you can't always mention junior brother Xiao every time you mention Li. Admittedly, he's Li Er's adoptive father, admittedly very powerful, but after all, he was in the middle of a great battle and wasn't in Myriad Thunder Valley. Didn't you hear junior brother talk about it? Yan Qinglian said, some things that Li Er doesn't understand of course we can answer, but if we let him comprehend it himself, it'll be even better for his cultivation. The problem is, Xiang Yang stamped his feet. This cultivation method is overbearing and strange. Is junior brother strange? Is junior brother overbearing? Yan Qinglian said with conviction. But the clumsy Xiang Yang was a little anxious. At this moment, several disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace flew over from the opposite side. The one in front was actually a late Golden Core stage disciple. Xiang Yang, Yan Qinglian, and Xiang Zhili did not dare to be negligent. They hurriedly shut their mouths and stood in midair to respectfully salute. The Golden Core cultivator looked at the three of them, smiled, and raised his hand to indicate that he was leaving. What's the matter? Xiang Yang was puzzled. Who knows? Let's go back and ask Master. Yan Qinglian replied with a strange expression on her face. Alright. Xiang Yang scratched his head as if he didn't want to see her. In less than an hour the cave abode was in sight. Xiang Zhili activated his flying talisman and rushed to the front. Xiang Yang opened his mouth wanting to stop Xiang Zhili, but he didn't know what to say. Yan Qinglian smiled wryly as she looked at Xiang Yang. Both of them flew towards the Immortal's cave. Xiang Zhili was the first to enter the Immortal's cave. He was still respectful as he walked quickly to Immortal's cave and bowed, saying that he had seen Grand Master. However, Immortal did not seem to be happy like before. Instead, he forced a smile on his face and asked him to stand up. Xiang Zhili felt that something was wrong. However, when he turned to salute Zhuo Minghui again, he was even more surprised. Zhuo Minghui's abdomen was slightly bulging, her face was slightly red, and there were tears in her eyes. Greetings, Grand Master. Xiang Zhili's heart trembled. After saluting respectfully, his gaze fell on Zhuo Minghui's abdomen. There was curiosity in his clear gaze. Thus Zhuo Minghui was even more embarrassed. Immortal's face was also slightly unnatural, but it was sometimes covered by a touch of sorrow. Then Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian entered the Immortal's cave. Obviously, they immediately felt the oppressive atmosphere in the Immortal's cave. Instantly, an extremely bad feeling rose from the bottom of their hearts. That's right, since the start of the war, the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples had also suffered casualties. Grievous news and obituaries were constantly sent back to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian naturally heard about it. How could they not know when they saw their master and mistress so sad? Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian did not have time to salute and hurriedly said, Master. Is it? The two junior brothers. Then the two of them did not dare to say more. They only looked at Immortal, afraid that they would get a definite answer from him. Immortal sighed helplessly and nodded slightly. Is it junior brother Xiao or junior brother Cui? Xiang Yang's heart was immediately filled with sorrow, and a sense of powerlessness welled up. The two of them. He could only say two words helplessly. Seeing two of his disciples die just like that, his heart was indeed like being stabbed by a knife. Impossible. Xiang Zhili's loud voice immediately rang out. Foster father is so powerful, how could he die? This is absolutely impossible. But then, his small hand covered his mouth, and his eyes darted around as if he knew that he had revealed something. Alas! Immortal sighed helplessly and threw a jade archive in his hand to Xiang Yang, saying with a wry smile, not to mention Li Er who doesn't believe it, even your master and mistress don't believe it. The two children did not look like they died young. Especially Hong Shen, no matter how you look at it, he looks like he will become someone great in the future. But the person who sent the message was a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. And the message was also the Heavenly Thunder Palace Master's commendation order. It said, It said that Xiao Hua and Hong Shen sacrificed themselves for righteousness and fought with sword cultivators at the Spring Gold Mountain Spirit Stone Mine in Sentry City, killing tens of thousands of sword cultivators, including more than 30 golden core sword cultivators. Sacrificed themselves for righteousness? Xiang Yang was slightly stunned. In his mind, this term did not seem to be associated with Xiao Hua. Alas, 30 golden core swordsmen up. He sighed helplessly. Even if this old man went there, it would be impossible for him to survive, let alone Hong Shen and Xiao Hua. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian were certainly very confident in Xiao Hua, but when they heard that there were 30 golden core swordsmen, the two were also stunned. Yes, no matter how powerful Xiao Hua was, he could not be compared with golden core swordsmen, let alone 30 golden core swordsmen. When Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian saw the Jade Archive, their faces were even more ashen, and their faces were as ugly as Zhuo Minghui's. Alas, they're all dead. What's the use of this commendation order? Xiang Yang sighed and turned to walk to his chair. His footsteps were somewhat staggered, as if he had aged a few years in an instant. It's still the Heavenly Thunder Palace Master's commendation order. He said helplessly and self-deprecatingly, I've lived for so long, but I've never seen such a standard commendation order. Today, thanks to my two disciples, my horizons have been broadened. Master, no matter what, the two junior brothers have won glory for our 10,000 Thunder Valley. Yan Qinglian thought for a moment and said while suppressing her grief, didn't the commendation order say it? Junior brother Cui is in charge of the first team of our Heavenly Thunder sect, and has outstanding military achievements. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for recommendation and monthly votes. Chapter 2369. Bullshit. Helplessness cursed. What's the use of these battle merits? Only when a person is alive can there be battle merits. If a person is dead, there will naturally be no battle merits. Sight, even the heavens don't give me a chance to breathe. Helplessness raised his head and said, I originally wanted to go into seclusion to break through to the Golden Core realm. How can this old man still have the mood? Husband. Zhuo Minghui, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. Things have already come to this. Husband, you should calm down a bit. As she spoke, Zhuo Minghui's hand naturally rested on her belly. Grandmaster, why is your belly so big? Xiang Zhili restrained himself for a long time, but in the end he couldn't hold back and asked, did you eat too much? Hehe, you child. Zhuo Minghui's face turned even redder. Yan Qinglian looked at Zhuo Minghui's bashful expression and stole a glance at Xiang Yang. Xiang Yang was also a bit unnatural. Ever since helplessness and Zhuo Minghui used a secret technique to consume the inner cores of the male and female lightning beasts, they rarely came to helplessness's cave. They were afraid of this kind of awkwardness. No one knew the power of the inner cores better than them. Now that Xiang Zhili asked, they couldn't not answer. Leah. Yan Qinglian waved her hand and said, Grandmaster is pregnant with your junior martial uncle. And it's just like when you were in mother's arms when you were young. This child is aware of this. Xiang Zhili came to a realization, but he still said casually, Grandmaster is already so old. How can you still be pregnant with junior martial uncle? Junior martial uncle? Wouldn't he be even younger than the boy? Zhuo Minghui was so embarrassed that her face turned red like a piece of cloth. She almost wanted to fly back to the inner palace. Hehe. Xiang Zhili was still smart after all. He immediately realized his inappropriate behavior and Zhuo Minghui's embarrassment. He chuckled and said, it's great that Li'er has a junior martial uncle. Li'er will definitely take good care of him and protect him well. As soon as he said that, the four of them felt their hearts ache and tears almost flowed out. Sigh, it seems like my myriad Thunder Valley is lacking in people. Wu Qing. Xiao Hua and Hong Shen are going. Xiang Zhili gritted his teeth and sighed. Zhuo Minghui was shocked and asked curiously, Husband, is this the name you gave the child? That's right. Helplessly he nodded. Man's suffering in this world is burdened by the word love. If he gets rid of the word love, he will be free and unfettered. Let the child be called Wu Qing. Yes. Although Zhuo Minghui was dissatisfied with the name, she had no choice but to agree reluctantly. It was easy to change the child's name. He would wait until the child was born and grew up. Where's Qimeng? Yan Qinglian suddenly thought of something and asked. It wasn't mentioned in the reward order. I think it's fine. Zhuo Minghui replied. What a good kid. It's a pity that Hong Shen doesn't have such luck. Do Shui and Sun Shu know? Xiang Yang looked at Yan Qinglian and asked helplessly. The commendation order has just arrived. He said helplessly. I'm afraid they don't know yet. However, according to the disciple who passed down the order, the entire Imperial Thunder Sect must know about it. It won't be long before they know about it. Alas, two pitiful children. Zhuo Minghui sighed again. They also have a hard life. As he spoke, helplessly suddenly raised his head and looked outside. Qian Diheng is here. Alas, this child is actually quite close to Xiaohua. Disciple will go and welcome him. Hearing that Qian Diheng had come, helplessly got up and said. Let's go. He is the legitimate son of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. When Xiaohua was here, he naturally had to entertain him. Now that he's not here, we can't be rude. Helplessly waved his hand. A moment after Xiang Yang left, Qian Diheng rushed in from outside the cave like a monkey. As soon as he entered the door, he shouted, Martial Uncle Helplessness, let disciple see the commendation order. Yes. Helplessness couldn't blame Qian Diheng for his rudeness. He handed the jade archive to him. Qian Diheng carefully looked at it. His face was extremely disappointed. He turned his hand and returned the jade archive to Helplessness. He scratched his head and was puzzled. Damn it, how could this guy be gone? Why didn't I feel anything? This guy had always been cautious and could run away. How could he sacrifice his life for righteousness? However, Qian Diheng muttered to himself for a moment. He looked at Helplessness and bowed. Martial Uncle Helplessness. When this junior saw the commendation order in the Heavenly Thunder Palace, this junior felt that this matter was a little strange. But as for the specifics, this junior couldn't say. Now that I've seen the Jade Archive personally signed by the sect leader, I still feel that something is wrong. But as for the specifics, this junior couldn't say. That, in any case, Xiaohua is this junior's brother. Although he may have left, if there's anything in the Myriad Thunder Valley in the future, you can still look for this junior. And in addition, this junior had some transactions with Xiaohua. Now that he's gone, this transaction will be handed over to the Myriad Thunder Valley in the future. Of course, it's still too early to say this. But this junior will say this first. Lest Xiaohua, that guy, blame this junior in the underworld. Damn it. Xiaohua is gone. How come this senior doesn't feel the slightest bit of grief? Qian Diheng rubbed his eyes. Helplessly, the others were baffled. They didn't know what Qian Diheng was talking about, so they couldn't interrupt. Qian Diheng rubbed his eyes with all his might, but there were still no tears. He could only shrug his shoulders awkwardly and say, I, Qian, have let down that guy Xiaohua. He's gone, but this senior didn't shed a single drop of fake tears. But just as he said this, a kind of sadness suddenly emerged from his heart. An inexplicable sadness immediately filled Qian Diheng's entire body. Qian Diheng's nose suddenly turned sour and a few drops of tears flowed out. This senior. Qian Diheng said a few words, turned around and flew out of the cave. Junior brother Qian. Xiang Yang was anxious and wanted to chase after him. Yan Qinglian grabbed Xiang Yang and said anxiously, Where are you going? Junior brother Qian. Xiang Yang was a little stunned. He pointed outside the cave as if he wanted to distinguish something. Alas, he sighed helplessly and said, Xiaohua, that little bastard, actually made friends with Qian Diheng, a good brother who treated each other with sincerity. I really didn't expect that the playboy of the Heavenly Thunder Palace was also a true cultivator. Hearing this, Xiang Yang's face turned slightly red. When he heard the news of Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan's deaths, his mind was filled with disbelief. But when it came to grief and sadness, he really didn't cry. How could he compare to Qian Diheng, who actually had tears streaming down his face? Looking at Xiang Zhili again, he was staring at Zhuo Minghui's bulging belly with his small eyes, as if he was curious about how his martial uncle, who he had never seen before, could miraculously come out from inside. As for Xiaohua's death, he didn't take it seriously at all. Alas, maybe it's because junior brother Xiao, the time he spent in the Myriad Thunder Valley was too short, Xiang Yang sighed. This familial affection has also faded a lot. Thinking about this, that kind of sadness also slowly came. Xiang Yang's eyes also became a little moist. The matter of Xiao Hua and Cui Hongshan slowly flashed in his mind. At this time he heard a clear voice from outside. Qian Diheng, what's wrong with you? Why are your eyes so red? Sun Shu is here. Xiang Yang immediately raised his eyes to look at Yan Qinglian. Yan Qinglian hastily got up and Zhuo Minghui's face became even redder. My eyes were confused by the sand. What's wrong? Have you never been confused before? Qian Diheng's slightly overbearing voice sounded. Senior brother Qian, don't worry too much. Xiaohua is fine. This smiling voice naturally belonged to Xue Xue. Everyone was stunned. Whether it was Wu Qi and Zhuo Minghui who were sitting on the jade chairs, or Xiang Yang who had already stood up, or even Yan Qinglian who had walked to the door to welcome them, they all showed astonishment on their faces. While they were talking, Xue Xue, Sun Shu and Qian Diheng walked in. The three of them had different expressions. Qian Diheng's eyes were red and there was embarrassment on his face. Sun Shu's eyebrows were tightly knitted, and the deep worry on his face was difficult to erase. Looking at Xue Xue again, she had a smile on her face. Although there was a trace of worry in her eyes, there was no sorrow. Yan Qinglian welcomed the three of them into the cave. Xue Xue and Sun Shu stepped forward to greet Wu Qi and Zhuo Minghui. The two of them also very naturally saw that Zhuo Minghui was pregnant, and both of them changed into smiles to congratulate Zhuo Minghui. Zhuo Minghui lightly bit her lips and a faint blush appeared on her face. She asked, Xue Xue, what did you say just now? Xiaohua is fine. How did you know? Then, what about Hongshan? Good for Martial Uncle Zhuo to know. This concubine and Xiaohua have some connection. Xue Xue smiled and said, this concubine also just heard about the commendation order that was sent to Sunlei Palace, and knew about Xiaohua and the others. But this concubine didn't feel that something had happened to Xiaohua, so I was afraid that Martial Uncle Wu Qi and Martial Uncle Zhuo would be worried, so I hurried over with senior sister Sun to inform them. As for Martial brother Cui and the others, Xue Xue hesitated and said, this concubine doesn't know. But since Xiaohua is fine, they must be fine too. Even if something happened to them, Xiaohua wouldn't ignore it. And after all, they are the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Martial brother Xiao is the most generous to his own teammates. Sun Shu was still half believing and half doubtful, but she also agreed with absolute certainty. Wu Qi and the others smiled somewhat bitterly. Although, when Xiaohua met with danger in QC, Xue Xue knew in advance that Xiaohua would be fine. But this time was different. After all, the commendation order of the head of Heavenly Thunder Palace had already been sent out, and the situation had also been clearly explained. How could Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan possibly be alive? Wu Qi glanced at Zhuo Minghui and the two of them suddenly understood, thinking that Xue Xue was comforting them. This concubine also doesn't really believe it. Sun Shu lightly clenched her teeth and said in a low voice, but since Martial sister Xue is Martial brother Zhao's lover, perhaps she can really sense Martial brother Zhao's safety? You can really sense it? Qian Diheng didn't believe it. Actually, this concubine already thought about it on the way here. Xue Xue smiled mysteriously and said, it's very simple to prove what this concubine said. Martial Uncle Wu Qi only needs to go to Heavenly Thunder Palace's Jade Archive Hall. Isn't that enough? Chapter 2370. Oh, that's right. Qian Diheng slapped his forehead and exclaimed, I was wondering why I felt that something was wrong. So it's here. Why didn't I think of going to the Jade Archive Hall? After saying that, he didn't stay any longer. Without saying another word, he turned around and flew out of the cave. Xiang Yang followed Qian Diheng to have a look. Helplessness came to his senses and hurriedly shouted, Yes, I'll go now. Xiang Yang's face was equally excited. He quickly caught up and flew into the sky. Martial Uncle Zhuo. Xue Xue glanced at Sun Shu. Both of them walked over and chatted with Zhuo Minghui. Although they didn't talk much, Zhuo Minghui's shyness was soon gone. She even whispered to them. In just a few hours, Xiang Yang and Qian Diheng had returned. Damn it, I really shed a few tears for that guy. Qian Diheng cursed. I knew it. That guy has a long life. He won't die just like that. What? Helplessness hurriedly got up and asked, where's Hongshan? His natal spiritual tablet. Haha, good, I know. Seeing the anxious look in the cave residence, Xiang Yang smiled and said, I followed junior brother Qian to the Zhenlei Palace and didn't enter the Jade Archive Hall. The Jade Archive Hall of the Zhenlei Palace was closed at the beginning of the Sword Principal battle. Without the sect leader's personal order, no one can enter. Qian Diheng was a little resentful. Even I couldn't enter the Jade Archive Hall. Helplessness listened and his face darkened. He glared at Xiang Yang and scolded, since you didn't enter the Jade Archive Hall, why are you so happy? Master. Xiang Yang smiled apologetically, I didn't enter the Jade Archive Hall, but I saw Zhen Liang who was on duty. What did he say? Did he know that Hongshan's natal spiritual tablet was not damaged? Helplessly, Xiang Yang smiled bitterly and explained, the sect leader also ordered that the disciples on duty in the Jade Archive Hall must report the situation of the natal spiritual tablet to the deacon at any time. He wanted to scold Xiang Yang but he was too lazy to do so. After talking for so long he still didn't know about Cui Hongshan and Xiaohua's life spirit tablets. Xiang Yang, how do you know that Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan are fine? Zhuo Minghui said with a smile. She knew that Xiang Yang was a steady person. If he wasn't certain he wouldn't be so happy. All right, teacher, mother understands. Xiang Yang said, when Zhen Liang saw that it was me and junior brother Qian, other than explaining to junior brother Qian who wanted to barge into the Jade Archive Hall, he also smiled and told me something. Zhuo Minghui asked curiously, what did Zhen Liang say? Zhen Liang said that as early as a few days ago, the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace had already come to the Jade Archive Hall and specifically looked at the life spirit tablets of the Heavenly Thunder Palace's disciples. Moreover, they came again yesterday with the sect master's handwritten order in their hands. They had placed special restrictions on the life spirit tablets of some of the Heavenly Thunder Palace's disciples. Other than the sect master, no one else was allowed to look at them. Xiang Yang emphasized the words, some of the Heavenly Thunder Palace's disciples, as if Zhen Liang was explaining. If that dog. Qian Diheng curled his lips and sneered. He didn't let me in and even hinted at me from the side. If he didn't say that it was related to my brother, I wouldn't have let him off so easily. Helplessly ignoring Qian Diheng, he pondered for a moment and said cautiously, Xiang Yang, are you sure that what Zhen Liang said was related to Cui Hongshan and Xiaohua? Yes, I'm sure. Then Xiang Yang told him about Zhen Qing and Xiaohua. He explained with a smile, junior brother Xiao and Zhen Qing got to know each other after a fight. If he saw that junior brother Zhao's natal spiritual tablet was damaged, he would definitely tell me secretly. What he said didn't violate the rules of the Jade Archive Hall and also told me about the two junior brothers. Yes, I understand. Helplessly sighed in relief. Zhuo Minghui and the others also looked better. However, the sect leader knew that junior brother Xiao and junior brother Cui didn't die, so why did he still give out the reward? Xiang Yang asked with a frown. Senior brother Xiang, this is the sect leader's business. Don't make wild guesses if there's nothing important. Qian Diheng said bluntly. Then he bowed to helplessly and said, Martial uncle helplessly, since Xiaohua didn't die, what I said just now was nonsense. I still have something to do. Goodbye. Good. Xiang Yang nodded and said to Xiang Yang, help me see the guests out. No need. I'll take my leave now. Qian Diheng nodded to the crowd again, turned around and left as nimbly as when he came. This guy. Sun Shu glanced at Qian Diheng's back and said in a low voice, unless Xiaohua is here, he looks down on everyone. He won't say a word to anyone. Beside him, Xiang Yang smiled bitterly and said secretly, what's the meaning of this? You haven't seen how that guy messed around in the Jade Archive Hall. If it weren't for the sect leader's order, he would have really rushed into the Jade Archive Hall. Martial uncle helplessly, are you going to go into seclusion soon? Shui chatted with Zhuo Minghui for a while, then raised her head and asked. Yes, this old man is planning to do so. Helplessly nodded, however, this old man feels a little rushed. There are some things that I haven't prepared yet. By the way, I wonder if Martial Uncle Sinming is free? This old man wants to go over and have a chat with her. This is difficult. Xue Xue covered her mouth and smiled. She looked at Sun Shu and said, Master is also in seclusion. She seems to be breaking through the bottleneck of the middle gold core stage. I'm afraid she can't see Martial Uncle. So it's like this. Helplessly said. Martial Uncle, don't worry. Xue Xue said with assurance. Martial Uncle will definitely be able to condense the core this time. This junior has a premonition. Helplessly raised his eyebrows and said with some joy, Really? Of course. Xue Xue nodded and said firmly, This junior has some insignificant premonition, similar to Xiao Hua's matter. Good. Helplessly's heart suddenly felt at ease. He understood in his heart that there were countless strange people in the cultivation world. There were countless cultivators like Xue Xue who had the bloodline of the true spirit and had strange magical abilities. Since she could judge that Xiao Hua was fine one after another, then her premonition towards him shouldn't be a problem. This old woman also wants to go into seclusion in a few months. Zhuo Minghui said with a smile, Xue Xue, do you think this old woman can condense the core? Xue Xue was stunned and then said with a smile, Martial Uncle Zhuo, it's still early for you. No matter what, you should wait until the child is a little older. AI, this old woman has been tied up in the late stage of foundation establishment for many years. If I don't think about condensing the core now, I'm afraid I won't have another chance. Xue Xue glanced at Zhuo Minghui's abdomen and lightly bit her lips. She already faintly understood why Zhuo Minghui was pregnant. She thought for a moment and said with a smile, Martial Uncle Minghui, you worry too much. This junior thinks that Martial Uncle will definitely be able to condense the core in a few years. Really? When Zhuo Minghui heard this, her face was filled with joy like a blooming flower. Xue Xue's face also showed a trace of a smile. The north of Meng country was not yet connected to Huan country. Although it was a little cold, the wind was bleak and the rain was hitting the banana leaves. It was completely different from the cold of Huan country's world of ice and snow. In a gorgeous room there was a vermilion candlestick. On the candlestick there was a half-lit red candle. At this time the red candle still had a flame the size of a thumb. The dripping candle tears accumulated from the top of the red candle all the way to the candlestick. The flame of the candle fluttered and swayed slightly. The entire room, bright and dark, swayed. The bright and dark light shone on the vermilion bed next to it. Through the red embroidered canopy it fell on a person. Pop. There was a soft sound as if the candle flame had exploded. At this time the person on the bed moved slightly. However, it was not this person who took the initiative. It was the person lying next to her who moved. This was a man. This was a man with strong muscles. This man was not an outsider but Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao gently got up and turned to look at the woman lying next to him. He leaned over and gently kissed the woman's cheek before standing up. Wasn't the person lying on the bed Zhang Yutong? At this time, Zhang Yutong frowned slightly and her eyelashes trembled slightly. Qingxiao. How long are you going to hide this from me? Like sleep talk, like a whisper and like a complaint, a faintly discernible voice came out from the corner of Zhang Yutong's mouth. What? In the Battle of Jinshan. 7 people from the Imperial Thunder Sect died. Among them were Xiao Hua and He Cui Hongshan. In a quiet room not far from this room, Zhang Qingxiao's face showed a ferocious expression. He held a jade slip in his hand and was roaring at an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Chapter 2371. That cultivator was very surprised, but seeing Zhang Qingxiao angry he was extremely afraid. He bowed and said, Yes, Lord Sect Master, when I received the news I didn't care, but when I saw the 2 people that Sect Master specially mentioned I personally sent them over. In just a moment, Zhang Qingxiao had already regained her calm. She nodded and patted that cultivator's shoulder. She smiled and said, Not bad, you did well. Thank you for your praise, Sect Master. That cultivator was flattered. He patted his hand again and took out another jade slip. He handed it to Zhang Qingxiao and said, This disciple was afraid that Lord Sect Master had other matters, so I recorded the situation of Jinshan Quan and the map. Zhang Qingxiao was overjoyed. She took the jade slip and patted it again. She took out a token and smiled. Good job, this is a reward from the sect master. Take it and receive your reward. In the future you must do such things more often. That cultivator's eyes lit up. He took the token and bowed. Thank you, sect master, for your generous gift. This disciple will take his leave. After the disciple left, Zhang Qingshao impatiently immersed his divine sense into the jade slip. After he read it carefully, a trace of doubt appeared on his face. Stroking his chin with his hand, he whispered to himself, tens of thousands of swordsmen? At most it would be Liangjian's cultivation level. Xiaohua wouldn't be in any danger. However, if there were really 30 illusory swordsmen besieging him, damn this guy. I'm afraid he won't be able to defeat them. But the problem is, how could there be 30 illusory swordsmen besieging this guy? Even I can't see through this guy's background, how could others notice him? But on the other hand, this Tu Hong, how could he be so vicious and merciless? He actually killed 70,000 people in a big battle. Under such a big scale, Xiaohua might really be implicated. Damn it, this guy must be meddling in other people's business and being indecisive. Instead of escaping himself, he wants to save others. No, I have to take a look. Zhang Qingshao thought for a moment and finally patted her hand to keep the jade slip. She looked at the map of Jinshanquan again and made a decision. However, just as he was about to put the jade slip away, he smirked. Yutong, why don't you sleep a little longer? You must be tired last night. You don't have to wake up so early, do you? However, even after Zhang Qingshao said those words, there was still no response. Yutong, what happened to you? Zhang Qingshao turned to look at Zhang Yutong. At this moment, Zhang Yutong was not wearing her sword attire. She was only wearing a silk cloth covering her body, revealing the other side of her beauty. What's the matter now? Zhang Yutong stared straight at Zhang Qingshao and asked softly. Yes, that's right. The sect master sent an order for me to go to Heng country to investigate a matter. Zhang Qingshao said without hesitation. You want to go to Sword Domain? Zhang Yutong's face revealed a burst of joy. Can you take me with you? Zhang Yutong asked timidly. Zhang Qingshao also shook her head without hesitation. How can that be? If the sect master finds out, I won't be able to keep my life. Is that so? Zhang Yutong's face revealed disappointment. However, she still said softly, then I understand. Go and do your work. Yutong, Zhang Qingshao could not bear it and comforted her. Wait a little longer. When the sect master has forgotten about you, I will plead with the sect master. Is the sect master of Heavenly Demon Sect so easily moved? Zhang Yutong said coldly. Even if he has forgotten about me, as long as you mention it, won't he know? You have done so many things that he cannot tolerate.